Jetzt. I have this, this, this. Alright, I'm ready. And what will be the Sunday map? Ice rotations. Oh no. couldn't it be something where I feel better with? If this is just about ice 360s, then yeah. And 180s. Oh yeah, let's see. Yeah, I will not see the last two matches of EWC. I will see them later, so please don't spoil it. Ah, okay, there was also plastic. Okay, so this here should be correct. Try with like raw white. What do we do with this? Isn't that annoying? Where's the safe one? Yeah, that's super stupid. Because, like, what can you do apart from steering to the left, you know? You can release. Okay, release helps. Well done. Let's get rid of the other ghosts, and I want to have my ghost. This is not the way to do it. But with a bit of braking. The question is, do I want to rotate to the left or to the right? That's what I have to figure out. And the first one, also to the right, seems tough. And the left one is probably much easier because I can just drive diagonal like this. This here is the question. Ugh. Okay. Here now the question. To the left worked very well. Then And I will keep that, I think. No, gonna keep that. Okay. Is this the GPSC? Shining bright. That's nice, but... Okay. Oh, that was slow again. Nachkommen. I guess I was too early now. Yeah, to hit with my front tires in this case, at least. Also my very first try with a Ghost had that pretty good, not gonna lie. Time to try this again. Because I didn't have it good yet. I go to the left. Maybe this is the way for the first one. This is stupid, I had that so consistent in the beginning and now I get the weirdest bounces here. It's crazy. So I can do of course this. But I thought it would just work. I mean, it's just a certain angle I need, but sometimes I really get very different bounces. Like where I jump, like I get airtime when I go down. Like why is that the case? How can be the very first one so slow so often? Dude. After. People say that this is a bonk up, ne? Hä? Where's my speed? The penalty stole all my speed? Much more than the other rounds. Very weird. So if I survive a run, I think it's rather easy to get the fort, because I'm very surprised that my current PB would be in the top 56. But, like, I have to get a run, of course. It shouldn't be too difficult, but the map somehow tries to deny me so far. Oh shit. Yeah, also I have no idea how much I will slow down there. Complete easy. Back to the start. Wait, you could actually go back to the start and then change to the left. Yeah, this is what you want to do, I guess. Feels good at least. This is crazy. I cannot decide if I have to, or if I should take the wall ride as I wanted, or if I isolate. Because sometimes I'm getting so slow that the isolate is just better. Then I thought maybe you can just generally box isolate that. Dude. But I'm not getting the same isolate that I had earlier, where it was really fast. I'm not getting that anymore. Yeah. Just let me survive a run. I mean, it looked to be very easy to get the one. I have setups for everything, but look at this. It was just randomly slow. It's not good enough now. Oh Mensch. Do I continue such a start? I mean, my start was pretty good in the PB, I think. And lost here. Yeah, what is this? So strange. I also thought it could be sensible to check out the records. And I would have done that if I got something better through. Ja, Mann! Oh. Doesn't help me to have a setup for everything. It's only 2 minutes. I'm surely not having the best setups, like I still have to learn what the world record is doing. Yeah, look at this! This is so random! Why? I had the same speed than my ghost, you know? Why? I cannot, I don't have time to train this man. Damn it. The thing is, it always takes so long to get to these parts. Like, the map is also rather short with 40 seconds, but still, I lose a lot of time, of course, because the problematic part always comes after like 20 seconds. I knew it. Also this is what you definitely want to do different. Really less snow. Last try, guys. Oh man, what a seating that is. That's not enough, right? Okay, 33, there must be a cut. We'll have to check it out. Especially with ARPA having the record. But I didn't have time to look for cuts. Because I never got a clean run. So I never had time to look for it. I thought at some point I maybe should have a look. Ah, yeah. Okay. Oh god. Oh, it continues though. The start of course looked easy, but the rest I cannot say how difficult it would be. As now, yeah, he's doing the same. Let me go a bit further down. Also does the same. I need to land, of course, decent there. What is Corso doing? Also. Yeah, fuck. I tell you, if this map didn't have a cut, I would easily make it. If the map didn't have a cut, I would have been easily fast enough, especially with my last try. It was just so strange, because the others... Like, I was in the Div 1 with a really bad time for so long. I was so long in Div 1, also people found that really late as well. Ah, scheiße. Ja, there's a plastic. You must question, why the heck is this gap here even open? Like, why would you not close it? Okay, but you see it's not super free. And the landing, of course, still has to work. Yeah, unfortunate, because I think that I found strategies for most parts. And I was, in the end of the seeding, getting more and more consistent. And I'm pretty sure I would have gone far on this if there wasn't a cut. But the thing is, there were early on 36 times, and I was actually thinking that you can gain so much time on my run, because my run was so bad still. But actually, now I have a 39.8. I have a 39.8. So I was very wrong with my idea. Like 36 was impossible. My oldest times, they weren't that slow. I'm going for it. I PP'd with this? Nah. That's crazy. Oh god. Look how bad you can get it and still it's faster. Oh no. No. Would I have found that cut myself if I had looked? Probably yes, right? I mean, because it's like a back and forth. You go down that road, you go down that road next to it again. 10 players are knocked out, what the fuck? The only thing is that you have to, of course, get out of this quarter pipe. And that can suck. Oh. Also the good thing with the cut, why you can do it in rounds, is that there is a checkpoint right before here. So you can also respawn. The respawn doesn't cost too much time. That's the good thing, you know. Lingo is also here. Now I don't know if there's anyone in Division 1 streaming, but now that you're there, Linton, you of course can tell me a bit how it's going, but is there actually also a streamer? Because Boo would be there, Giuliano's the only one that I can think of. I mean, Giuliano surely saw the cut. I mean, maybe Doc Kirby is streaming. I saw that he had a good time. I don't know if he is live right now. We can already figure out, what do you think, guys? Is this a cut of the year? This reroute here? Ah, scheiße. Now I took so long with that respawn. There was a time in the seeding where I was really contemplating if I should go in Camp 7 and check a little bit. But I really thought, oh, these 36, 37 second times, surely you can gain so much when you just get clean bounces. Because at that time my PB was still crashing at that reactor boost. But I actually didn't gain that much on that PB, even without crashing. It didn't really gain that much. So I was not aware that that I couldn't improve my PB by that much. That's bad now. Might also have a really bad line. Okay, I take this. Difficult to get consistent with this. Yeah, what was confusing was just the ranking during the seeding. I had a crashed run and it was for a long time Div 1. So I didn't really care about it too much, because I knew, yeah, if I improve now by 2 seconds, surely I will then improve by lots of positions as well. And once I finally got my good runs, it was way too late to react on it. Like, I was still unlucky that I didn't get a good run earlier, because if I had gotten a run through earlier, then I would have realized that it will drop out, and then I would have realized that there is a cut that I have to do, that everyone is doing. Oh my god. Dude, it doesn't, it's so random. I'm standing here again. Yeah. I need one fail in the risky finish. I got 2 fails in the risky finish. The thing is, this checkpoint is close. You see, I could do 4 respawns. I mean, with that, however, you should go out at some point. Lingo is actually out, wow. Yeah, this is really strange. The card sometimes fits through there and sometimes it doesn't. But you have to be very quick. Yeah, Yannick's of course true. But he's only hunting. Yeah, this map here has a high potential for a new winner. For a very special winner. Like, anyone can win this, you just need to be lucky, or you have to, maybe someone figured it out how you can get consistently through this. Look at this, I'm first now, even though I went full over the snow. Yeah, this round overall is faster, so good that I got it now. What was the cutoff time, by the way? It probably wasn't even that far away from me. But I'm sure you needed a cut to get Div 1. I would think that it was impossible without cut. It's a very fast knockout because, like, we have sometimes a long finish waiting, no? But we started with not many players and had multiple knockouts in the first round as well. This landing there, it's a simple drop, but this landing can be super random as well. That was stupid. That's unlucky. This is what I needed, I had to get through this now. Otherwise I have an issue. Or I might still have an issue. No, I'm out. And that when we only have 2 KOs. Also the cut is random. You got 77th no cut, nice time. But it could still be that these 13 positions had a big time gap, I don't know. Actually, I want to see. As I want to see many things. You're not fully spectating now the very next round. So first of all, I go on to trackmania.io to check out what the seeding cutoff was, because I didn't look earlier. Competitions. We had only 1,600 players, okay, no surprise. Cutoff time is a 38-1. What did you have? You were 77th, you said? 38-7. Phew. Do you think that was possible, 6/10 more? It still sounds doable. Bitter Toast made it, but I don't know if he used cut. But my run felt okay. My run felt okay, and I did only a 39.8. So I'm already over a second behind you. And then even more 6/10 on that? Who knows, maybe someone figured a way for perfect bounces, and then it's still doable. But I guess that all these times here we're just doing the cut. And now the other question is there a streamer in Div 1? You can also figure that out by checking again who qualified into Div 1. And who of these players might be streaming? Frank the Hamster, we have it. He is not streaming on Twitch, guys, but he is actually streaming on Kick. And now I just got rid of that. Where did I put it? I just got rid of his bookmark to his stream. But I put it somewhere for sure. Otherwise I just Google. Here. He might be live right now. Is he? He's offline. Nah, RIP. I had high hopes that he is actually live. Okay. Next up, so if I go here on... What is he doing? Oh. I would like to see Dark Kirby being live. That would be super helpful. Kirby, no, he's not in the list here on the left. That's unfortunate. And where's Juliano? Is he actually not streaming? That's unfortunate. Obviously Artroy is there. And Blef. But I have the feeling Blef is not going to be live again, right? And Juliano is also not in here. I can just check if there's anyone that says he's doing Cup of the Day. Texo. Wait, Texo. I have to wait for this. But was he Div 1? I have to wait. I don't know. I haven't really read his name, I think. At least he has. He's match 9. Yeah, wow. He drove for 34 seconds time in Division 9. Congratulations, Texo. Cup of the Day winner POV, a hippie girl, surely. Surely hippie girl. Yeah, there are some here, but But they won't be div 1, like none of them probably. At least I don't remember to see these names. Yeah, went through everything. Guess we check out Div 2 then. As a hippie girl is offline. Floppy driver is Division 10. I am Loops is also doing something else. Looks bad. The only hope that we would have is actually Yannex. Like that Yannex is spectating the end. Gonna open his stream, keep it in the background. Is he actually? Oh wait, he might have rejoined. You guys told me. So. Match 9 as well. Or is he watching Texo? Where was Yannex? Did I even read him here? He was 109th. He was literally next to me. I beat him by a little bit. No. Yeah, also not Div 1. Alright, here we go. We have no cutter in my div, in Div 2. Also this at least does look to me as if nobody is cutting here. It would be really interesting to see how Div 1 looks like. Is there actually someone not cutting in Division 1 and still in? Or will even a no cutter win because every cutter at some point gets a bad run? Also Whoop driving 38.8 here actually. This is the time the TNT Crafter had in the seeding. It's not bad. Lindholm. Are you still in or are you knocked out by now? Can you do a Discord stream of Division 1? If you're not driving anymore. It's our only chance to see Div 1 footage. It is actually Whoop getting knocked out after he drove a good run. Also good luck for the final here. It'd be funny if one of them now decides for the final to go cut, but maybe they don't even know the way of the cut, because yeah, you have to of course check out the replays after the seeding. They are just doing normal stuff. Oh my god, you'll start the stream on Twitch, nice. Lindholm2141, I will check you out when this here's over. Okay, we have Red, who got much more speed. If he just survives the ending, he will take it. And he barely made it, but he does make it. And yeah, 39.4 is also good. Like if I was going safe here all the time, I would have struggled to beat these times, because they did beat me. They did beat my seeding time here in rounds now. But of course, the cut only has to work in the end, and you can even allow yourself one respawn. Like, you can do one respawn and still beat a 39 seconds time. So, there were all chances. Okay, guys, we will go to Lindholm. Lindholm 2-1-4-1. And then hopefully it works and we see a bit of gameplay. Nice. Oh, Rosu can win. Eieiei. Rosu can win here. Okay. I just wanted to write, please make all the cars on. Okay. It looks to me as if everyone is going safe. Holy moly. Also, I tell you, the game plan would be to actually drive safe for a long time. And when all the cutters are out, then you have to see how is your pace compared to the other drivers. And then you, at some point, when you know that it will be tight, you also just go for cut. But seems like all the cutters went out. And I mean, you saw myself, you know why they went out. They are so slow. The winning time is so much slower than Div 2. 40.03. Division 2 was faster, but Division 2 has mainly players that drove no cut all the time. I don't know if these players here actually did cut in the seeding and learned the no cut round now. I don't know. Huh? Hä? Is this how Leonis was always doing it? He goes PF and then turns around after the bounce? And that brought him that far? (41.2) is the winning time. That is so slow. Like, I started to believe now that my seeding time was actually not as good as it felt. Because TNT Crafter, for example, said he didn't cut and he was a full second faster. And who knows, maybe some people made it into Div 1 without cut. Might be the case with a perfect run. So I started to feel like, okay, maybe I was just really slow and didn't really find good strategies, or at least not fast strategies. But they are driving here 41 second times. Division 2 was so much better. Like, Whoop was driving 38. Then he went out, but the others were still driving 39 to win. Wait, Leonis survived the last round? I wasn't even aware. How was he surviving that? And now Rosu is in last. No. Ah, Rosu is out. Damn it. Yeah, as I said, high chance for a new winner on this map now, because it is everything. Like, first of all, you have to know that there is a cut in the quali, so good players will be... there are so many reasons why this is a special cup of the day with a new winner. First of all, many of the pro players are missing today, and big streamers and so on where such a cut would have been told. Like, Granati would have known about the cut from his chat, and that was not the case today. Then you have a cut which also knocks out more good players, like I was knocked out in not Div 1, Yannex was not Div 1, Lingo was not Div 1. We were all basically not making it into Div 1 because there is a cut on this track. So this gives even more people the chance by just knowing about the cut to actually qualify. And then the next thing is that this cut is not consistent, which means that the fastest drivers of the cut, which are then probably still very skilled players, they also get knocked out because the cut is still a bit too random. Even though it feels very controllable, it is still random enough. And these 3 reasons make it completely random who makes it. I didn't think that no cut would be in the final, especially when they drive that slow. Where's the other guy? Oh, okay. Doggy is going for the cut. What is he doing though? Oh my god. Okay, but still fine, still fine. It was very strange how he approached it, but it was very safe. I respect it. And now, this decides that he needs 1 respawn. 1 respawn could still be fast enough, but he doesn't get it. But Sparky is also so incredibly slow. But he will win it now. With the safe way. Sparky TM Div 1 winner. 40.09. I mean, that's not so slow actually. It looked slow when the camera went onto him. But my seeding time is actually only 2 times faster than that. But it looked slow for the moment. Because like even after 2 respawns, Doki still could have made it ahead. It felt like. But yeah, it's crazy. Also, what the heck? Sparky winning. Like this could have... Like if I was Div 1 and I decide to play the Safe Meister again, I probably also would have never started to cut. Because the pace was so slow that I would have felt like, okay, I'm better off to just stay without cut here. Of course, if you then come into the final and your opponent decides to cut and he gets it, then rip. But like the pace here was like in Div 2, I tell you, I probably wouldn't have won if I went for no cut all the time. But in Div 1, the chances of winning was actually pretty large. That's crazy. One of the freest victories, but still, when you're there, you don't really know how you have to play it. It's still always very unclear how you have to do that. I mean, to be honest, the round where Rosu went out, Rosu of course had a bad round there, but the orange time was probably decent. I didn't really look at it. Maybe that was a good round, but the thing is, if you were in this round, would you still have Rosu next to you or not? Because Rosu was of course easy to beat in that round. Just the orange time was strong. Okay. I want to quickly hunt. I could of course also do weekly shots discovery, not gonna lie. Do I do weekly shots discovery now? I have time until 2030, so... Makes sense maybe actually. Makes actually a lot of sense. Whoa! Oh my... What is this? 3 things happened here! That was so sick! I got the zoop! And then the bounce here! And look with how much speed I would have gone up here! That would have been world record pace! But what a kind of world record pace! But then I go down and I bump here, I buck! I buck on the way down! Like what the fuck was that? Huh? I was just driving world record there. That's sick. I don't even know what gave me a bump there. This was But the speed that I would have had if I nailed the exit there, that's crazy. Oh Gott, ja, also... There were already a few cuts on Track of the Days where you can go under a fence or under such a light, and it is so stupid because these cuts are so stupid because it's so random if the card just goes through or not. Quite annoying. Naja, no, I think that it makes sense to do weekly shots discovery, guys. Let's use the chance. Also. For that, I quickly do title. Then I copy paste it. Then I do title. Weekly Shorts Discovery. Und dann noch no spoilers, please. Okay, guys. A new week of Weekly Shorts will be there, and I will be the first, maybe even, to look at them, even though I'm doing it after Cup of the Day. But many other streamers are, of course, not able to do it now. Let's do it. Weekly Shots Discovery. Last week was week 67. It had 5 tracks as usual, and it had also some world records, and I managed to stay in the top 100. Nice, because I actually wanted to play this map again, but didn't. I have actually only 1 record now in the top 100. Interesting. This one here still dropped out. That's why it got close. Let's have a look at the records. On the first map here, I have a 15.62, and I hunted it quite a little bit. But yeah, as you see, it dropped out, and we have Gabri with the record. On this map, you wanted to get a clean downhill and then a very strong low slide going as far right as possible, and then keep the grip and always have a good line, always a good angle for every upcoming part. And he got at the best. Also basically what makes the difference is in this left, also that you get every turn and every keeping grip line in a way that you end up here as far left as possible. And he actually steers even longer to the left and still managed to keep the grip up the hill. And here he's the furthest left player and can, because of that, get low air time, but not just low air time, he also gets already the angle to the right. And that is the reason why he goes in front. Sick record. Next map. It was very difficult to hit those lines all the way through. Here I had my best time, and the record is a sub by Corny, and I told you that I do expect him to overball at the end. I had a really wicked way to get this run, but yeah, here an overball. This is what I expected to see. Let's see if he did that. So you go, it's this cut here, you go backwards, then forwards over this edge. You can bump a lot there, it's quite annoying to do. Oh, he might not do the overball, he just got this here incredibly good. He's already far in front. Yeah, no overball, he just is so far in front. Also compared to me, he just doesn't bounce as bad and got ultra grip, and especially here, like what were his inputs here? He steers to the right. Yeah, just the exact right amount. No releasing or anything, it's just a mega start by him. What the heck? And got it all the way through. Here he used the brake in the last turn. That's sick. Then we have in with the world records here. The Precision God. And yeah, to this map there is something to say. Why the heck does it end there? You were supposed to get all 4 colors, but these records only get yellow, purple and blue. They only get 3 out of the 4 checkpoints. So what happened here is that there is a bug, actually big bug, was found then on this map here and then used by many players, got quite viral. So usually you also should get the red checkpoint, and then this is not the fastest line. The fastest line with getting all 4 checkpoints would also start going down to yellow, would then, however, go to this blue one and turn around with a bug slide, going then to this purple and this red, and the red is the finish. Every checkpoint also has a finish. What happens here is following. If you are on a server, on an online live server, and you park, so you finish the map and you park your car in here, you don't drive through it, you actually park your car, so that you finish, but you are still touching the checkpoint as well, the last one. Then you can start the next run while already having that one checkpoint. And it is, of course, in this case also the red checkpoint. I didn't even think about that yet, but it makes also sense, like, in which finish you do that, I guess, because you have the red checkpoint already. So you basically start while already have red, and then you only need the other 3 colors, and then the best line was to go through yellow, purple, and then finish in blue. This bug only works, however, if you are not pressing anything after you finish. You have to wait. You have to let the game do. Basically, you finish, then it takes a moment until the game puts you onto the start again. You can always do that much faster by just pressing delete. You will be immediately starting the next round. But if you do that, you are not getting the checkpoint. You had to wait, and it's a very stupid way to hunt this. But anyway, so it was a very short map here, and precision-wise. And obviously, In is the one that got the best time out of that. And you see, because of this diagonal finish, also a bit elevated with this jump, we have only finish times with a 4 or a 9 at the last digit. Yeah, now we go to the next track, which is the 4th map. Here we have either cheated or a cut record, and it would be the only cut record. Let's first have a look at Chapdi, who is getting a good speed slide, keeps the left speed slide through this completely, holds one angle of it, and actually no slides through this turn. I was also thinking about that, to be honest, that it might be better, but then gets the auto speed slide from the strong curve of the block. And I don't think that this is a valid record. No, it's again the case that some weird bugged time or cheated time actually steals Chapdi the world record. He doesn't get the points for the world record, which is really sad for him. And then we have the 5th map. And this one was crazy. How the heck am I only 420th? 420 at least, but yeah, it's like 2/10 to the record. And I was already getting it pretty clean, I would have said. Like, look at my run. I had a nose slide here, then you are pretty much far right, because there you seem to get a soup, and then it's just about having a line where you have to do minimal steering only, and then zoop over the last rock. So what can you even do to get more pace out of that? So somehow they are already ahead, and they go... they go a lot further left here, and yeah, this is just the know-how that you need. Apparently, here you land earlier, and this is just a magnet soup anyway, probably, or... but my car does have reactor stuff. Yeah, okay. But yeah, they land earlier there, and still get that soup, and now they have more speed, and from here on it is of course pretty PF. As it was all about how you actually generate the speed, and apparently I didn't have the best way. Okay. We have week 68. I'm pretty sure the next week, 69, will be hunted by Virtual, because he also hunted map 69, so he will probably also hunt week 69. But yeah, we go into the first map. I have only half an hour until the United match starts. So we have to go quick, but before we start, there is of course something else today, which is called Trek Made. We'll also open this already, open the TM packs as well. How late is it exactly? Yeah, we have 1 minute, and we can do all of this real quick. This here is Artis. Let's get my name already in the copy paste. I get Epos. Is that a sign? I had them already more than once. So it's a multiple duplicate. Hey, I almost also got Mother. Imagine I get Epos and Mother. My TM packs are just a result then. Visi was not getting that far though. Oh, it's only duplicates. Like many good drivers, but I had all of them already. And now Shark. I don't know if I had them maybe as well. No. Okay, but sick lineup here. Artis, Epos, Manox, Visi, Shark. Ah, but actually Epos the only one with 93, with over 90. Oh, and now I probably am too late here. Oh god, Boseil, Byron, 9 Proli. Let's do it wrong. Link, Kronos. Where do we even start? Speed Self, Richie, Testcut. Do we have Testcut here? Testcut that actually exists. Who's in here? Nitro Fiend. We have also Heath and Valegen. Valegen is a good shout. Yeah, but was not just too late. Okay. This is done. Now weekly shorts. We go very quick through them. No time to set up the green timer. We don't have much time. Let's go. Okay. So you want to land very clean here. This has to be clean, obviously. There's not much you can do. The only question is now if it's ever better to jump into the finish or to find any other line of doing that. I mean, there might be a line through the trees here. Yeah, that's not a question, huh? The tree line. That's annoying though. You are also jumping a bit too high, I'm not gonna lie. Equal. Last transition is weird. Very important to get this really good. That was nice. Maybe you just want to have that auto slide then. I would think so at least. Tough. equal again? No, 8,000 ahead. But this is what you want to do. I think there is not really much of a trick here. You need to nail that first transition, obviously. And I think I didn't have it yet. The other important section is this last turn here. Now I have my equal. Now how do you do this last transition, eh? Too wide. I'd like to get one good run through. Ah, wait. Yeah, Rosu, I saw. Was your chance to get a win on the board. Why did you not tell me about the cut? I was clueless. Okay, I think I go next because time issues. Okay, small tech map with penalty Halpos for starting the slides. That is map 2 basically, in a nutshell. Even though only the very last turn is a drift here, the rest is just full speed. Also you don't need to brake or something. Lucky. Also you want to not overslide on these first penalties. You want to get, of course, the maximum exit speed out of this, so don't steer too much. It's better now. Here, much tighter, and 84th. Yeah, I think I go already next, because we have only time until half past, so it should be good now. This is now map 3, and it's time to cook, it seems. Is there more than one way? Or are there all the checkpoints? There's also a checkpoint here. There's also a finish there. I mean, the sign shows you can also go this way, apparently. Does that really work? It looks really weird to do. Strange. Why does he have a red screen? so weird. Like, you don't know on what surface you're driving. It's apparently a slighter surface. Maybe this is the faster way. But maybe also not. Is this actually a thing? We go over that? No. That's such a strange map here. Yeah, to be honest, my first try was just a random run, but I did crash, of course, in it, but it wasn't a very slow crash. Ah, okay, the ending was shit. 404. But yeah, this finish seems now much easier to get in the Discovery. I'm not sure if the other finish is faster in the ending. You can of course get some reactor zoops, and we have of course Corny also in the lead, so he was looking for something already. Like here also the question is, do I just go here and then somehow into the finish, you know? Then I don't need to slow down as much. But I do think that I want to slow down a bit. Take this way. So this is 189th. Also for now, for the beginning of the weekly shorts week, this will grant you a good position. But it might not stay like that. Yeah, no, but this here seems to be slower. And I don't think that you can do this here, right? I mean, maybe if it was only 1 second and I didn't get the ending good, but the ending is also tough to get this. I have to say. Yeah, the other way is like you go there. Can you also go outside of this? Because this is like also a bit annoying. But yeah, here you can definitely also just bounce from this. And then you can get over it, but it's like very random, obviously. I don't like it myself too much. Oh, this is the way. So what is the time? It's 2/10 behind, and that was already a pretty decent one, while the other way can still definitely be improved. So I think that the right way only works if you bounce over. And this one here is all about this one corner, obviously. Where you cannot really take a nice line because the fork is in the way, so it's like a really strange map. Okay, a small improvement, 144th. I think I take that. Let's do one more try. Oh, actually another improvement. 111. That's such a nice looking number. Let's go next. Pine Ridge. The speed map. Oh, I was not expecting magnets. But it's good that there is magnets. Once again a full speed map. I don't think that there's anything special here. Let me check that out. Yeah, you don't want to go inside here. I hope there is no hidden finish here somewhere. That would suck. There's one thing, of course. There is a chance that you can finish from here. But even if you get that, I'm not sure if it's really fast. Naja. Also this was of course way too high, so I guess I have to go left of the tree. So if there's a way, then it can be faster. The question is this bounce possible that you need? Oh. Okay. The bounce might be there. Now that I was ahead, let's just finish normal. I'm very sure that the world records and probably many positions will actually do it. It looks possible. Oh, it would be interesting to get that. Scheiße. Hallo Sharpshooter. Oh, yeah, this would be the line. This would be the line. Okay, also I am 208 and the time that I got is impossible without that cut. So in the end there will be over 1,000 players using that, and that was not a fast cut and it was also not a fast run before the cut. So it is very, very obvious that is the way. I was just surprised that Volto actually timed out a JK test. No spoilers, guys. It would be really cool to hunt this a bit longer, but of course my time is limited. I'll try one more minute, and I go to the LoL map, and then I maybe go back to this track here. It's of course a really bad start now. Yeah, but obviously you need a bad start to make it. Come on, that's annoying. I actually thought I would PB, but it wasn't faster than my burst. That's crazy. Ah! Yeah, also, you see how it has to look like? This is just a matter of time until the car will actually jump into it after having a fast start. So now the loyal map. So this is the way when you take no wall rides. Now let's actually do take wall rides. Yeah, the question is, what's the best line overall? Yeah, so this has to be just one bounce. $750, yes, so I'm not all too wrong. Ja, mach ich. Hallo Chalky. No spoilers about Birmingham. I mean, I saw matches. Only the last two matches I didn't see. Last two matches, the consolidation final and the grand final, those two I didn't see yet. Schade. Das war Speed. Das war's. So difficult. Owen Kappa, or very unfortunate, was a winnable one today for anyone. Has also a new winner. There was actually a cut, and I didn't know about the cut. That's the reason why I was only getting Div 2. And Div 2 I just went for the cut, and it didn't work at some point. And Div 1 actually also, the safest, the no cutters, won. Even though you kind of needed to cut to get in there. But there were people to actually save. This one run had good speed. If I would get that through the last chicane, then I think it's a good position for now. It's very difficult to get here a bounce that bounces you really away and then still get the full booster. So, very strange, also with that very low speed on the wetwoods, very strange. Yay, I improved by 100. Amazing. Yeah, you need to bounce much more. It's like super random what you have to do there. You have to get the booster. Maybe you can also make some jump there. But you don't have much time left. I have to join United very soon. I was also wondering if there's a way to jump into the finish from behind, to somehow finish from the other side. Schade. It was just a bad line now. So yeah, if you are far right here, keep speed and then you use this, I don't know. But this was a really good start. I don't know why I got such a good start. It happened all here, early on, that I got good speed. I don't know. It is sadly so random for me how much speed I get. Sometimes I just have no speed, but I have to steer around a corner, like there's no way around it. I had basically 2 attempts where this middle section was fast. And not one time where I got speed out of this first hairpin. Ah, look at this, okay. This is the run, guys. It was the run. Last try. Then I have to go into Trackmania United. That's crazy. Such a lead and then no speed. Like the thing is, my first try was basically that time. Yeah, okay. So these are the 5 new weeks. Maps. The 5 new maps of this week. Alright, then let's go into Trackmania United. Okay. I will. Probably, hopefully. So, first of all, it's very important that I go into the settings here and say that the maximum opponents is 16, so that I see everyone. And then let's go in. I have to figure that out. What the heck is Vigilante? Papaya 38. We are missing Aru and Aru, question mark? Alright. Then I guess we will go live. Is it actually starting only 1 or 2 minutes late in a Trackmania United competition? That's crazy, but it will be a long day, especially next Sunday will be very long. So, then let me explain to you how this is working. We will have 7 environments. On each environment there is a track, and on each of these tracks we will have 3 races for this grand final. Each race is 8 laps long. So overall 7 environments, each with 3 races. So that makes 21 races that will decide about who wins. The position at the end of each race gives you points. And otherwise, yeah, as I said, the races are 8 laps long. It is changed to previous editions where we had just 1 race per environment, but for 24 laps, so a long endurance race. Now we do actually have it split into 3 races of 8 laps each, so it's like 3 sprints instead of 1 very long endurance race. But all of these sprints are of course also still kinda endurance. Because 8 laps is quite a long way. It's like over 8 minutes. Most maps here have like times over a minute long. And here we go live. The first map will be Island, as it looks like. Let's check what they wrote. Yeah, they are going live. There's 1 warm-up where we can see the track. The tracks are the same that we actually also had in the semi-final and the qualification. You might have seen me play them. They are almost the same maps. They are all slightly different. Kind of the same maps, but some parts are slightly changed. You see, for example, this part here is a bit different, into a different tunnel. I actually haven't played them myself, but yeah. This here we had also in the other version. I want to put my camera onto a certain spot where I got a hint that you see a lot of gameplay from there. I think it is here. Something here. Where you see basically the cars driving for a long time. I wonder if it remembers this. Alright. Here we go live. We have 12 players in this grand final. I was just barely not making it on 13th place in the standings. And it is very, very strong competition here. We got Exetic, one of the favorites for the overall win. Then we have Black Cat, who will get very good scores on Rally. We have Aru, we have Rees, we have K, we have Spitfire as well. And now it of course switches a bit around. The main favorite is gonna be Sander, who is also taking an early lead here at the beginning of the first 8-lap long race. We can also nicely compare then the times from the 3 races, and I saw already the first small mistake by one of the players. But yeah, Island is an environment that many players actually like to practice a lot, but it's a very difficult environment as well. Like, staying consistent here is very tough. Also, you have to know that the cars are forced on, so everyone sees all the other cars, or at least 4 of them. You can set it to a minimum of 4, and Sander did make a mistake. That's something you don't see very often, and he's immediately down in 11th place. Only Snack is behind him. Snack was the one that I battled with to qualify. But yeah, Sander of course can come back from that. You see the 1 lap flying record. Sander is in front there, and you see he passes already the first one. So for this island car, you have to know it's extremely difficult to not slide out. You have to smooth steer a lot. Sander actually with another mistake. You have to smooth steer a lot here, and the car is of course extremely fast, but when it crashes, it has a very, very slow acceleration. So crashes do cost a lot of time. Drifts also already cost quite a lot of time. It's not really important to play extremely precise here. It is very much important with how much speed do you go through the corners. Of course, a perfect line from outside to inside to outside helps you to not steer as much, because you have a more round line, and then you can of course also take theoretically more speed into the corner. But like, the most important thing is just like really, like, it's very precise. Like, you cannot get it perfect. Even world records are not really looking perfect in Island, because it's like mainly just about how much speed do you actually get through it, and that's just very precise with the steering inputs. We see in Passing Cave there was also another very huge mistake. In the back we see Spitfire and Snack. Like, Spitfire especially is now quite far behind. I saw also one bigger mistake in the previous round. We saw Hawk sliding away. That big mistake was here in this checkpoint, and I guess that this is what happened to Spitfire. Snack is trailing a bit behind, probably pace-wise an issue. We saw that also last week. Snack was very strong then on the last environments in the semi-final, which were also my strongest ones, so it was difficult for me to catch him up. Oh, there was a big mistake right ahead of Sander, and that means that Sander is now up to 4th place already, behind Black Hat, Exetic and Roa. Let's actually go a little bit ahead, because they are fighting for the 1st place currently, and you see Sander's also only 2 seconds behind, less than 2 seconds behind those two, but you could not see them, because the island car is just so fast. You're traveling so much distance very quickly. We have basically 5 players still in contention for the win. Hawk is only 2.5 seconds away as well. And now it's the time. Do we still have the camera? Yeah, we have. So we see here Exetic, Roa, then Black Hat and Sander and Hawk in the next position. I got a tip to use this camera, so let's have a look how it looks like. Here they come, and actually Sander overtook Black Hat there. Is now in 3rd place, and now they are taking the red boost and jumping away. Yeah, one of the also favorites, Neko, is pretty far behind, but yeah, Neko's issue is of course he's not the most consistent player, and that's also one reason why he's now down only in 11th. Snack actually moving up to 8th place, because also Hyp, who was in the leading pack for a long time, did make a mistake. So you see the mistakes happening, and as I said, small mistakes cost you a lot of time. In the top right corner you can see that it's lap 4 currently. They are at the end of lap 4. That doesn't take all too long, then we go into the 2nd half of this race. Exetic taking still the lead. 1 second now ahead of 2nd place. Roa is sliding away. That means that this 1 second lead that he had to Sander vanishes immediately, and also Hawk is coming closer. This is just how much it cost. It was 1 second to Ecstatic, now it's basically 3 seconds, and Hawk is right behind him. No, Hawk just made also a mistake. And also Sander just made a small mistake, which means that Roa is close to Sander again. Only Ecstatic so far without any mistakes. And yeah, as I said, Ecstatic and Sander might be the favorites here for the overall win. One of the two is most likely doing it. Sander was extremely consistent in the semi-final, finished on the podium in almost every race. He didn't get that many wins actually, but he was very often in second and third as well, and he also did get some wins. And he barely had any bad positions, but if we can expect bad positions from Sander, then most likely in Coast. Alright, yeah, let's have a look. Hawk did lose a little bit of time, so Blackhead isn't too far away from him, but still, even though it's not that much, you barely see Hawk, yeah? And we speak of only like 2.5, but Blackhead actually just also lost time. Ahu, then Rees, and then we have a battle here between Kay and Neko currently. That's like the closest battle that we have. For 11th place here, of course, not that important, to be honest. But you would think that Neko should actually be also one of the favorites for the top places, but yeah, Island maybe not his main environment. Oh my god, Neko. Of course, cars are forced on, that means that Kay also saw that right ahead of him. But yeah, that's interesting. Snake is just doing the Marius. He's not so fast. He's just driving consistent. But with that consistency, he is a 9th. Like, he has 3 players behind him, which can be crucial later on. Otherwise, I have to notice that Sander actually made another mistake. We do not see Sander making too many mistakes usually. He actually dropped behind Hawk. Also Hawk was not under such a good position. Now he's suddenly on podium place. And we only have 2 laps to go. Oh my god, Sander with another huge drift. He went into the checkpoint, could respawn that, but this respawn is so fucking slow. You see Ahu also overtaking him. That's actually not looking all too good for Sander here. That's a very surprising race so far from him. So many mistakes we do usually not see. But the thing is, in such a race, when you're at the back foot, when you're a little bit behind others, and you feel like, okay, I have to risk now to catch up to them, then you just end up making more and more mistakes. We actually have Sander now only 3.5 seconds ahead of Snack, which is quite a surprise, to be honest. Meanwhile, Ecstatic is the only driver to be completely faultless so far, and at least we haven't seen one. Roa is keeping up with him though, 3 seconds behind, and Hawk just also with a huge mistake. Now Blackhead is ending up in 3rd on Island. Hawk was very close to Roa, probably pushed it for the 2nd place, but also Hawk with a huge mistake. There's so much happening here on this map. It's now basically only 2 players that are still rather good here. Also Roa, of course, didn't have a big mistake. Oh, Ecstatic here drifting, but this is a part where you can allow yourself to do that, because we have a very, very tight corner coming up here. And he should, of course, see that he has 2.6 seconds. So in theory, this is the moment to really save, to not push the corners too much, because he has the lead. We see Sander and Ahu fighting here now. Also Sander able to get up to 5th again, and also Hawk, of course, after his big mistake, is not too far away. Blackhead also not too far, but this might be impossible to catch up. That would only work if Blackhead makes a mistake. Roa, meanwhile, losing more time to Ecstatic, but he can also just save it. Take that 2nd place, it's pretty valuable as well. We have another fight, by the way, between Hyp and Rees further back. Here in this very last lap now. Every position matters. Also further back, because this time it's not just about the top places, like in the semi-final. Here also the positions further back are just valuable point differences. Especially since we only have 12 players as well, and not more. Ecstatic is the first one to finish the map with a 9:13, then Roa in 2nd. Blackhead seems to get 3rd, but we have to check out this battle. And Sander makes the mistake! Will Ahu actually overtake him? No. Sander tried everything to overtake Hawk, but it didn't work out. Ahu gets 6th, and then it is Hyp overtaking Rees, because Rees slid away, but it looked intentional. The sliding, it looked intentional. Why did he slide away? Okay, Batube takes it then, 7th, Reis and 8th, then K ahead of Snack, Snack then down to 10th actually only, Neko 11th and Spitfire in last place in 12th. So let's remember the time by Ecstatic 9:13 and in the top, and for that I actually have to shortly get rid of my overlay. Wait a moment. Okay, I will not get rid of it. In the top you could see behind my overlay, but that I would have to go out of the game. You see the top times for each of the laps, and I can tell you that Ecstatic had the 2 fastest laps, then Sander the next 2 fastest, then again Ecstatic with 2 fastest, then we have a Spitfire. Spitfire has the 7th fastest lap and he got last. Yeah, but he didn't give a fuck, like he was far behind and then just YOLO'd it. Hawk in 8th, then Roa, Sander, Roa, Spit also with the 12th fastest lap, crazy. Okay, actually, let's do it now, so that you guys can also see that. I have to get rid of the overlay there, and then these 4 things as well. I just could have done this. So, okay. That should be fine. We have now again a short warm-up. And then we start the second race. As I said, we have 3 races per map. And today the drivers will drive 3 different maps. And next Sunday, then the remaining 4 maps. So today is a little bit shorter than next week. Oh, Snack is going for a bug slide? No. Or Überbug even. So you see, by the way, the grand final score on the left, that's very helpful. So you see that Ecstatic has a 30 points gap to the second place. And then there is a 20 point gap from second place to third place as well. And after that, behind the third place, there are only 10 point gaps. 10 points to Hawk, 10 points to Sander. And that goes all the way down. And Spitfire has 0 because he did not finish. Hey, but he was at the finish. I didn't look at it that close. Ah, that's a bug. That's what I am. 0 points, yeah. Look at the in-game chat. It's a bug. Also Spitfire has 10 points. They will add them later. So we have to remember that as well, that Spitfire has 10 points. We have to see if this happens actually to everyone that is last. I hope not. But yeah, the top 2 places, they make the difference. Yeah, between first and third, you have 50 points gap. That's the same gap that third has to 8th. So, no, you want to have the top 2 places here and there. All right, the next race is starting. Let's have a look at Ecstatic, who won the first race, if he has also a great start again. And what do I see? Sander is not driving with a very special skin. Either it didn't load early enough or he just switched it. And K is actually up in front as well. He was not getting a great placement and just touched there as well. Let's have a look a bit further back. Reis. And we see a bit more of the field. Blackhead also with an interesting skin. And the other players have cars forced on. They see these skins. I also saw those skins when I drove. Like, not all of them loaded for me somehow. Not always at least, but yeah, it's a bit weird. Anyway, very close field still between many positions. I don't know why this is now above here. Achso, because now we have this and this goes above. It's a bit annoying, but we can still see. Luckily, the top 12 ends right before the first place here on the left. That's nice. Alright. It is Hawk leading. We have currently the camera on Rees, who is in 9th place. Behind him are still K and Snack as well. And Hüb is completely down. Completely down. 17 seconds behind, also with a special skin. That's not a great start for him. And Sandor also not looking too good. Only in 5th, but he is still close. Hawk actually created quite a big lead to the other players. And the fight then is still close from 2nd until 6th. But -1 position now, because there is Exetic falling down. The winner of the previous race. I think we will keep the camera on him a little bit for this now. Because we will be able to see how he deals with the pressure of having a crash and having to catch up. Because if he just drives the same as he did last race, then he still could easily get a podium position if the others get the same positions. Since he is actually only 4 seconds behind, like he could even still win. Like he had over 4 seconds of a lead last race. The others of course might improve now. How will Exetic deal with that situation? Because he sits now only in 7th place. And when you win the first race here, you feel like you have to also win the other 2 races on Island. You have to use your chances. If this is a good environment for you, you need to gain some points here to your rivals. Because there will be other environments where other players will be stronger and unbeatable. For Blackett, for example, very good that he got such a good position in the first race, because on Rally there is a chance that Blackett just wins 3 times. He didn't do it in the semi-final though, so he also can make mistakes there, but there is a great chance for him. So we see that Exetic is catching up to Aru, and it's only 3.4 seconds to first. Also he caught up to Hawk already and caught up to all the other players as well. Exetic is really fast on this track. But you see, for now, people are more consistent than in the first race, but it could still change, of course. Because when it's so close, people need to push. Spitfire is having a much better race. I mean, he showed that he has the pace. You see it in the top still. In the top, you see the best 12 flying laps driven by the players. What you can definitely see, Neko, for example, and Spitfire, they had really bad races last time, as in the first race. They were really far behind. Then the focus is also not really there, but now Neko has a good start and now he's really trying to keep himself in this good position. However, he will hear a car coming closer and closer, getting louder and louder, and there the car is now next to him. And this is always the question, how do you perform when the car is literally next to you? But Exetic is driving away. And will Neko now just continue his pace, or will he make a mistake? And he does make him. It is so obvious. I just wanted to say, because now he has a car right in front of him and he wants to keep up with him. And what does he do immediately? Of course he makes a mistake. Like sometimes you have to just ignore the other cars, try to ignore them and just do the pace that you feel comfortable with. Now Neko obviously lost the place to Aho and he lost 6 seconds, and others are of course also close. So we have also a nice fight here. Snack, K, Rees and Spitfire. K just with a mistake. They are all close here in the back as well. But especially in the front we have an interesting fight, because Sander and Blackett caught up to Hawk here. And this is now a triple fight for the first place, while Blackett just slides away, and you will see how much that costs. Immediately plus 1.5, still low speed, and it takes until here that he is equal. Now he's like back at, yeah, almost 2 seconds behind. I think there was another mistake, I was just looking somewhere else, yeah. And Roa will now catch up to him. This is how quick it can go on Island. From the battle for first, he's now in the battle for 3rd place. And meanwhile, Sander took over the lead and Hawk made a mistake as well. And out of nowhere, Roa is in contention for 2nd place here. And Exetic actually also lost time, because Exetic was not that far off from Roa. But now Roa, with a great start into this whole grand final, he could get another very good result here. But very crucial is that Sander, after having a bad first race, is now actually leading. And Exatic is down in 5th. So it's basically, the roles are exactly changed. Sander may be taking the win and Exatic not in 2nd, but actually a bit further behind. Ooh, Sander, he had the same drift already in the first race, where he full crashed. And if that happened to him now, he would drop to 6th place. So he really has to avoid to make that big mistake. It did cost him a bit of time. That means that Hawk is catching up a little bit. We have 2 laps to go. And it's still a fight here between Roa and Blackhead for the 3rd place. Let's have a look at Blackhead. By the way, you see in the bottom left as well in the in-game chat the fastest lap driven in that race. In the top you see the fastest... Oh, Blackhead with a huge mistake. Aru. Hello, Exatic. Exatic coming closer. In the top you see the top 12 times from all the races but Exatic. And Aru Piano passing him. Yeah, Exatic was just getting too greedy, was just catching up to Blackhead and then bomb mistake. It happens so quickly on Island, it is crazy. But the thing is, you would think just drive safe. Well, I did drive safe in the first, in the semi-final. I did drive safe there. And I didn't do a single mistake. And I got basically last. Because they are driving so fast that they gain so much time that... Like, against my safe driving, they win like 3, 4, sometimes 5 seconds each lap. So they can actually afford big crashes. But this is also why they crash, because they go so risky. They go so risky here. They really are close to the limit. Like when you see that Sander's best time here in the Deadymania records, his best flying lap is a 106.99. And Roa is now actually the fastest one. He drove a 107.41. This is less than half a second behind. Also, Exatic drives that pace. Blackhead drives that pace. Yeah, and Hawk is a bit slower. But when you see that they are partly just half a second behind the Deadymania record, I can tell you lose half a second very quickly. Like, they are really close to the limit. This is now the end, however, of the race. We are in lap 8. Sander is losing a bit of time, but he can afford that. He just has to save at home. There's just one more corner to go. And he gets first, Hawk gets second. Roa also finishing right behind in 3rd. We have Blackhead in 4th place. Exatic overtook Aru back because Aru made a mistake. So Exatic gets 5th. Then Aru, and there is not really a fight currently. We have Spitfire this time much faster in 7th place. Rees is finishing as well in 8th position. Then comes Neko, down in 9th. After he had such a good start, he's now down in 9th only. We have K in 10th, Snack in 11th, and Hüb in last position. Hüb had 60 points. Let's see if he actually gets 70 points. If he gets at least a bit. No. Also the points are a bit wrong. I also believe that in the rules it said that there is also a 20-point gap between 3rd and 4th. Like that, the fact that 4th place is getting 90 is weird. You kinda have to just remember who was last. Alright. We have the third race, the final race of the island environment in the grand final. And the current standings in the top left: Xander, Exatic, Roa, and Hawk, all very close together. Xander and Exatic basically, as I said, they switched their positions basically from the first race. Now they are equal. Then we have Blackhead also still pretty close, and just missing like a top 2 position that the others had. Like in the first race it was Exatic Roa in the top 2, in the second race it was Xander and Hawk in the top 2. And that's the reason why they are a bit ahead of Blackhead, who was 3rd and 4th, I believe. Yeah, and then we have Aru and Reis. But yeah, as I said, this will change a lot when we go to different environments. Then people that are further back here are doing much better and make a huge comeback, you know. This is just the ranking for Island for now, but we of course sum up the ranking over all the environments in the end, so gonna be interesting how it will turn out. But overall, we have of course in United lots of all-rounders, and Xander, Exatic, Roa, Hawk, these are the names that you would expect here fighting for the win, and they are all still very close together. Aru has a great start here. We have the camera randomly on him, but he has a really good start into this last race, together with Xander. Xander actually going into the lead here, and there's an interesting horn as well. Let's go a little bit further back to Snack, or maybe to Huub. You see some cars here close. Blackhead actually make a mistake. Huub making a huge mistake. Yeah, okay. Hawk actually had an early crash. He's not so far away, like 2.6 behind first place. But the position is of course not that great for now. But he can of course come back. Overtakes Blackhead here very quickly. By the way, every lap you can see how far the first place is behind or ahead or equal in this case to the Daddy-Mania record, to this 106.99. So you see Xander actually is extremely fast in this lap. Like, he is only a 10th away from his own Daddy-Mania record. Still, like, that's sick pace, yeah. That's absolutely sick pace. I completely forgot to check out what time Xander drove in the second race. Do you still remember that? What did he drive compared to the time that Exatic had in the first race? Completely forgot to look at that. But yeah, now you see Xander lost a bit of time. He's now over a second behind. And Exatic is following him in second place. It's still very close. Like also Neko not far away. Spitfire still in the rankings. And Roa is only 8th. Roa is here the surprise now. Hawk already up to 4th, by the way. And there goes Neko, another time that he crashes. Or drifts at least. Losing time. K is now in last position, and Huub is yeah, again not having the best race. Neko again only in 10th. With Blackhead. Blackhead had of course 2 very good races so far. But now only in 9th place. And Roa also so far behind, so this is a very interesting scenario here, where we have some really fast players that have good points in the back. Could of course still change. Some of the drivers ahead might still make mistakes, but you can also see that everyone gets a bit more consistent now over time. And at least in the first laps, once a mistake happens, it changes quite a lot. Then more mistakes happen very easily. But as long as they don't do mistakes, they are keeping up here very well. And we have Exatic versus Xander coming closer here. Hawk is also only 1.5 behind. You have to remember, Hawk was 2.6 behind, and now it's only 1.4. So Hawk is also catching up here. You see, he drove a 107.80 in one round, and Exatic just drove a 107.32. Which is also the reason why Exatic is coming so much closer. He is ahead of Daddy-Mania record. You can see it here in the center. here you see the first place and how far he is ahead or behind. But in the middle here, you see Ecstatic actually on his way to improve the Deadymania 1 record. He is equal to it currently. He's minus 300s to top 1 record, and this is also the reason why he's catching up to Xander. Ecstatic is on a run here, but this was not optimal. He has to slow down a bit. This is also the moment where he loses time to the Deadymania record, but still, the time is crazy, and he just drove a 107.3, and now he just repeats that again. That's crazy. Spitfire, by the way, in 4th place. That's really great. And let's have a look with the camera here again. We have Xander and Ecstatic. There is almost the overtake coming up. They are close to each other. There's a gap to Hawk, who lost now a bit of time. Then we have the battle. Blackhead actually up to 4th place here. Overtaking Spitfire. Then we have Roar, Aru, Neko, Rees. They are all still rather close. Snack, Cube, and K are trailing behind. But let's have a look again at that fight for first, which is not as close anymore. Xander actually got some lead again to Ecstatic over the airport section. That must have happened. But they've given it all now. Also this is a crazy pace, and so far without mistakes. And like Hawk is now 6 seconds behind, but it's super close. Actually Blackhead was so far behind, but he's now up in 4th, Roar in 5th. So both of them made a comeback. Kinda expected them to make a comeback, but still crazy that they are fighting now for 3rd place. I mean, Hawk was also down in 8th or 9th in the first round. Blackhead catching up here. Oh, but then he makes a mistake. And that means that he loses a position to Roar instead of gaining a position to Blackhead. We are on lap 6, 3 more laps to go. It's also still close with Spitfire and Rees. Spitfire actually dropped now. He was just in 4th place. He was just in 4th place, and now he's down in 8th only. But yeah, let's have a look again to the top end! I was just in time to witness Xander making a mistake in the tunnel, and Ecstatic goes into the lead. And now the question, will Xander do another mistake because he tries to catch up to Ecstatic? But I could tell Xander, if I was in voice chat with him, that you don't easily catch up to Ecstatic. He has some sick pace, so he basically has to rely on a mistake, even though it's only 1.6 seconds. But 1.6 seconds in 2 laps. Let's have a look if Xander is going for it. It's also mega close, however. Oh my god, Ecstatic made a mistake as well. There is the mistake, and now Xander takes over the lead again. But it's also so close here, look at this. Roar, Hawk, Blackhead. Still fighting for the 3rd place. Of course, they're all caught up to Xander and Ecstatic now. It's now only 4 seconds. It used to be over 6. Xander made another mistake. Ecstatic is leading again. The whole group here is catching up, of course. Hawk, Roar, Blackhead. Aru, again, Aru's always in a no man's land. He's always not fast enough here to compete for the top 5. But he's always ahead of all the crashers. But very good if he drives safe. Then he still gets decent points, and maybe his environments will still come where he is fighting for the win. That's close here. Hawk, Roar, Blackhead. Still anyone's game here for the podium position. But also here. Xander versus Ecstatic. Like, what to spectate? I mean, this is for the win here, and might be also the overall battle for the whole grand final, and Ecstatic just sliding away. That gives Xander again the upper edge. It goes back and forth now the last 2-3 laps. They were super consistent early on. And this is the final lap. And now, will Ecstatic actually go for a Deadymania 1 record in order to overtake Xander? But it has the risk of losing 2nd place, of course. Some mistakes just cost so much time that he would lose everything, but look how he is gaming. 1700s ahead, 1200s ahead of Deadymania 1 record, but Xander's also just 100 away from the Deadymania. He's equal to it, but Ecstatic is 2 times faster. Ecstatic is pushing, you can tell. You can tell that he's pushing it still close. Blackhead actually overtook both, he's now in 3rd, but still close with Roar. Actually made a mistake, Roar now in 3rd, but let's have a look at the fight here in front. It is still Ecstatic ahead of... Oh, but there's the drift. And now how much does he lose? How much does he lose? It should be enough to stay ahead. Will Xander make it? He hopefully sees now that he's safe. This was a dangerous drift earlier. He survives it. only one chicane left. And he makes the chicane. And then he should win this. Roar will remain in 3rd position. Then Blackett gets 4th right after. And Hawk gets 5th place. And then we have Ahu with a 10-second lead to the other players behind. Where we actually have Neko ahead of Rees. So Neko now with a better position. These are all close together here. Neko, Rees, Snack, K, and Spitfire had such a great start into this race and ends up only on 11th. Hüb again last. Sander, 9, 12, 50 is a second faster than Exetic in the first race. But in the first race we haven't seen any mistake from Exetic. Now we saw a huge back and forth. In the top you can see Exetic drove a point 32, 35, 36 as well. He also drove a 47, a 65, like so fast. Roar also got a sick time, Blackett got a sick time. Sander's best time over all races was actually only a 61, even though he showed he also had pace for more. Yeah, and this is the first environment done. And we have Sander in the lead, 380 points, then 350 for Exetic, 320 for Roar, and 290, like over 30 point gaps here. And next race will be on Desert. And by the way, I can show you there is also a website for this grand final, which you can see with this link here. You have here then the grand final with a leaderboard, but it's probably not loading right now. What I wanted to check is here with the rules again, the positions. Okay, it was like that. Okay. I thought that 12th place was getting 5 points and 11th gets 10 points and that there would be another 20 point gap from 3rd to 4th. But okay, then everything is correct apart from the fact that somehow the last place is not getting the 10 points he should deserve. The rest is all correct. And yeah, you can see in the semi-final the leaderboard, the top 12 qualified of course into the grand final. It was Sander ahead of Roar with quite a big margin. Exetic was in 3rd, then Blackett and then Hawk, but also a huge gap after Exetic towards Blackett and Hawk. But of course everything started at 0 now for the grand final, so everything possible. Like Hüb, Spitfire, Snack were also here behind. Ahu definitely seemed to improve a little bit. Alright, then let's go back into the game again. The next race will be on Desert and it starts in 10 seconds. We have 3 races of course now again, and Desert is very difficult as well. How's Neko doing? So far not really great, but now comes his environment. Can I save my final this or rip? Yeah, so this is now basically the Neko environment, Desert. When you only know him from Team 2020, you would think, yeah, he must be a favorite and maybe win this thing, but of course the other players are also extremely good. He has multiple opponents here in Desert, especially Hawk will be very strong as well usually, but also multiple other players. You see Hüb is having the best start, and so this is not easy for Neko, but if he wants to have a chance in the grand final, you see he's sitting down on 120 points while the leaders are over 300. If he wants to have a chance, he has to perform now, and ideally of course in all 3 of the races and not just in the first one or in one of them. Like on your main environment you want to get good races 3 times in a row. Alright, we have Hüb looking very strong. I don't even see him here in the records, he's only in 7th. But what means only? I mean, it's actually just 8 tenths behind first. And yeah, 8 tenths sounds big if you think of Stadium Team 2020 gameplay. But with these cars, it is different, of course, because it's not about how tight you drive. it is also about with how much speed you drive through the corners. It is this combination, and some things are just extremely precise, and that is why you have, of course, much bigger gaps here than you would have in a stadium. Alright, let's have a look how this is looking like. We have Hawk just passing Roa here for the 3rd place, and Neko just took over the lead because Hyp got a slow turn there. We have Sander also close by in that 5th place, and then Spitfire behind. Like, everyone is still close. Like, we see Arubiano, for example, is down in 9th position while only being 2 seconds behind. So he's also having a pretty good race and a very weird skin as well. Passing Placket here, who is of course one of the drivers that had a very strong first environment. In the back we have K and Snack again. As I said, Snack will be good on Coast and Stadium especially. So this will still take a moment. But yeah, Arubiano driving safe, but it's not really enough for a better position, even though he's still within 3 seconds to 1st place. But this is like what the level is. People are extremely close together here, and do not make too many mistakes here. On Desert, if you make a mistake, it's also often not as punishing, unless in this tunnel section, because this here can be a huge stopping if you touch a wall there. This is the most dangerous section, I can tell you. And let's move on further ahead again. I see there is a battle for the lead. Neko versus Hawk is the battle. Hyp actually dropped to 5th after having the best first lap, but he's still close to the others. Yeah, and I predicted. Hawk is of course also a main opponent. But so far Neko is doing well himself. And Rinte sadly not playing here. I was a bit surprised as well. Why does he actually not participate in this United Masters? There is also prize money to win. Like, this is actually a competition with prize money. And apparently the whole prize pool got doubled right before the grand final. By Vigilante. I'm not sure who that is, but Vigilante sponsored apparently a lot. I saw only the in-game chat. He sponsored a lot of money apparently. Oh, Neko was over-rotating the car, and now this is a long full speed section. It loses quite a bit, but it was not as bad as I first thought it would be. He still remaining in 2nd place, not anymore. This is, I don't know, I see that so often with Neko. He is doing well, but when he does his first mistake, then he starts tilting. Then other mistakes follow. I see that so often with him. But the thing is, the 2nd mistake is now the reason why he's not in 2nd place anymore. Now he's suddenly only in 5th. Like, that's such a huge difference to what position he was before. Like, yeah, okay, he lost a bit and Hawk is in the lead, but why doing the 2nd mistake? It hurts so much. And now, you know what he thinks? Exactly that. Now he's down here and you think, oh, well, now I'm only 5th, so now I have to push even more. And what does he do when he pushes even more? He does even the next mistake. And now he even loses his 5th place. And probably this is the moment where he now gives up and thinks, okay, this grand final is not working. Even though we are only on the 2nd map out of 7 maps. But maybe he already starts to give up a little bit, because his first race on his favorite environment is most likely getting a pretty poor position here. And yeah, it could easily happen that he makes another mistake. Here he was a bit too fast. Just trying to pass Arubiano was a bit too fast, but this was only a small time loss. But when you see how consistent the others are, it's very difficult. Exciting actually just in that moment makes a small mistake. And Arubiano, you saw he was pretty far behind early on in the race, but he is actually still here. As a position-wise he was far behind, but never really time-wise. And now he's actually in a fight with Neko. Yeah, so you really have to make sure to not make mistakes. The drivers are rather consistent here. And sliding away yourself is just not great. Also, Nico's not really getting laps through pace-wise, because when you look at the top, you see that Hawk has the 2 fastest laps, together with Sander, the 2nd fastest. But then again, Hawk, Roar, Ecstatic, Hawk. Also, Nico is actually only in 12th. But the 12th place here is also only... Oh, that was close. Only 35 hundredths behind first, you can say. Also 36 hundredths. So it's very close, the pace that they have. But that's what you see. Like in Team 2020, you see only Neko and Rinte with Desert. But there are more players here in United that can have such a pace on this environment. Especially Hawk. He played some Cup of the Days lately. If there was a Desert map coming up, he would be very interesting to see him, especially against Rinte. And Granati. Yeah, that would be cool. Alright. How's it looking? Nobody's super close. I think we can keep the camera here. Also Ahu and Blackhead, they are a bit closer. Then we have also Spitfire and Hyp. They are also close here. Next to each other. But in the front, Hawk has a lead and he remains in the lead with 1.6 seconds to Sander. I mean, it's a good position for Sander. He doesn't maybe have to risk necessarily for the first place. Hyp meanwhile passing. Hyp actually dropped a lot. I mean, he was leading in the beginning, now he's down in 8th. But I guess that some of these players are just having fun, because for the overall leaderboard, Snag, K, and yeah, maybe Rees, and then probably also Hyp and Spitfire don't really have a chance. So they are just trying to get... they risk it more in some of the races and try to just win some of them or get really good places and just go for it. I don't know, there might be also prize money for every winner of a race, also every race winner. So we have 21 races in this grand final. Could be, because in the semi-finals that existed, could be that also in the grand final you can actually gain money by winning the races, and then you gain also much more money by the overall position. But sadly I haven't really seen any money repetition. Not sure where that is. Meanwhile we have Ecstatic catching up to Sander here for that 2nd place. Because Sander also lost a bit towards Hawk, while Ecstatic kept it equal. Neko discovered playoff maps this afternoon. I don't know, he is always like criticizing me that I'm not training enough. Why is he then actually not training himself for the grand final? Because I'm still waiting for the one final where we see... No way. Sander from 2nd to 6th. This was the ending. In the last transition. That's huge for the overall leaderboard as well. What a mistake that was. Roar takes over the podium place. Neko then in 4th, Blackhead 5th, Sander 6th. Hyp gets 7th out of Spitfire. Ahu down to 9th. Ahu lost a lot. Ahu down to 9th again. He was a long time consistent. Then Rees, Spitfire, K. What was I just talking about? I'm still waiting for the one cup where Neko is actually performing and about to win. Because in the solo competition, the USC, United Solo Cup, he's always, of course, one of the favorites to do well. And a long time I thought he will also be always one of the drivers that practices the most for it. But always when these solo finals are coming up, I always have the feeling he's not as prepared, or he doesn't drive clever. Like, he often makes mistakes, like really stupid mistakes also often. And I mean, here also 4th place is now okay, but of course these 2 laps in the middle where he tilted cost him a much better position. He would have been easily 2nd. Easily. Hawk was of course difficult to beat. But I think in the other UCs and UMs, I think Neko never really got podium. Did he even get podium in one of the editions? Like, you would always think that he should be, but he of course also has some strong opponents. But that in not a single edition, it really works out to get the very, very good result. That's very surprising. But yeah, holy moly. That was a last lap fight between Xander and Ecstatic, and both were next to each other, so both knew this last transition will decide the fight for second place, and Xander was actually going too low and loses then so many more points, so many more positions. And now we have in the overall scoreboard Ecstatic in first. That wouldn't have happened if Xander just gets third behind Ecstatic, of course. But now Ecstatic is first, Xander down to second, and Hawk just 10 points behind Xander, Roa down to fourth, and then a bit of a gap to Blackhead, but he's still not so far off, and Arubiano in 6th place is again still in the no man's land, but Neko of course catching up a bit, and then the 4 Insanity players all in the back here after each other. Reis is like a bit the ghost of this fight. We do not really see Reis a lot. He's I don't know if it's missing pace or if he also does mistakes, but he's never fully last, but he is also never really in the fight for the top places. So maybe just have a look at him this time. And I saw Hawk, this time with an early mistake. The Hawk comeback will also be very interesting to see in this race. Ah, there are multiple more mistakes now already. Which means that Reis is up to 7th and Hawk is attacking him. Yeah, now you see this turn here is so dangerous, and Reis did a mega save. And shaky, however. And look how much he lost to Hawk, who just went through it. This is the moment where I would put the camera onto Hawk and we check out how he is catching up. Like, he also catches up to guys like Neko and Roa. Oh no, Neko! Ach no! Neko is fully dead. Fully dead. In last place? Question mark? Actually not. He's actually not in last. He's actually not even fully dead. It's 11th place, but it's only 3 seconds to first. And you know why? Because Xander also failed. Xander was leading, but he made a mistake. That's why the whole field is within 4 seconds still. Okay, it's of course lap 2, so we're not that far into this race. But when you see that in the Daddy Mania records, K, for example, is missing over 3 seconds to Hawks, first place, and you can see how quickly these gaps can form. Tja, Ecstatic in the lead, Hawk already in second. That went quick. Xander in third, followed by Roa. Then we have Blackhead, Aruhyp. Yeah, but what kind of comeback is Neko doing? He's now next to Spitfire. Tap, tap, tap. Overtakes Spitfire. Spitfire ever overtakes back. Tap, tap, tap. Overtakes back. Good tap, tap, tap by Neko. Going down here, and this is now a very, very good section until he clipped there a little bit, but could save it. And remains now ahead of Spitfire for now. And catching up to Reis. Ahead of that is then Hyp and Aru, who are next to each other with their skins, fighting for the currently 6th position here. That Hyp will take over, and Xander did another mistake. Oh, Hyp, however, with a much, much bigger mistake, needs to respawn. That respawn was right there, at least, but still, this one respawn did push him down to 10th place, but still only 5 seconds behind first. I thought that would cost more when you see how many people overtake there. That's only 5 seconds. Yeah, also Xander actually choking a little bit. Usually you would always expect Xander to be very dominant, you know? Very dominant and just winning everything. But to be honest, this is not the greatest grand final. He had this bad race on Island. Okay, the other 2 rounds on Island he won at least. So it's still somewhat, so it's still not bad. But of course the first Island race, only 5th. Very many mistakes, very surprisingly many mistakes. And then of course this very huge fail, but Ecstatic makes him an offer and also fails. And now we have the 2 favorites again. And I mean, I say 2 favorites, but in the overall standings we have Hawk very close. And Hawk is of course now in the lead in this race and will take over the lead if it remains like that. Ecstatic makes another mistake, losing the place to Aarhus, down to 6th only. And of course, Blackhead and Roa not too far away in the overall score. They of course still with a chance. Because when Rally comes, then also Blackhead will move to the leaders here. So far it's very good for Blackhead if he just continuously beats the other players here and gets like consistently 4th places. You need some 1st and 2nd places in this point system to really fight for the very first overall, but he will get them on Rally. He will also have them at some point. Okay, let's have a look at Roa. Roa seems to push a lot and catches up to Hawk actually. The fastest time, when you see a look at the top, is actually done by Ecstatic, 100 ahead of Roa, and Hawk is actually 3/10 behind that. So Hawk actually a bit slower than the others. Cube is also there with the 5th best time. Sander is the 10th best, but you see so many Hawk times still in the top 12, like 6 times Hawk. Like he is the dominant player, but Roa is doing a lot now to catch up to him. Bit too fast for this, but it doesn't cost him too much. Jumped a little bit into this helix, how I like to call it. And there is a mistake by Hawk, and Roa takes over the lead. And we move into lap 6. There's 3 more laps to go. Meanwhile, also Sander is catching up to Blackhead here. Now Blackhead's skin suddenly looks different. Didn't he still have that yellow skin earlier in the race? I'm really confused what happens with these skins. Like also when I was driving in the semi-final, some of the skins were all the time switching how they look. That was so confusing. We have actually Hawk in the lead again. Half a second ahead of Roa. How does it look further back? Aru is still driving rather consistent. Like he did in the first race, where he however made a mistake then in the ending and still dropped to 9th, which was a bit unfortunate for him. But he is doing good and is ahead of Neko. So Neko on Desert, only on 6th place. This does not look good overall, because there are other environments where he definitely doesn't count to the favorites. So if he's only down on this place here, he will most likely not play a role for the overall victory or even podium. Also the podium seems impossible, because we have Ecstatic, Sander, Hawk, Roa, Blackhead. These 5 players already started very well, and also here they are doing of course decent. Apart from Ecstatic, who is down in 7th. This is of course the interesting part here, that Ecstatic is so far down, but he is of course leading currently, so far ahead of Neko. Neko most likely not making it. And also the battle against Ahu overall might actually be quite tricky. Not a great race for Ecstatic, but even a worse race for Sander. Sander did the mistake in that one part where I said you cannot make a mistake that is so punishing there, and actually Sander is doing it. Sander used to be so consistent, but he does so many mistakes. Yeah, let's go back to the leaders, because we have only one single lap to go in the second race. Hawk versus Roa. It is half a second between the two, and it's of course quite important, because we have a 30-point swing between first and second here. I have to tell you guys, after the chokes from Exotic and Sander, there's also, by the way, a fight here. Aru, Exotic, Neko, that's still open here for anyone. I think Hawk, for me, is now the favorite. He's using his chances on Desert, won the first race, seems to win the next race as well, and Hawk has more environments where he can dominate like that. There will be Coast. On Stadium he will do good as well, but let's watch here, because actually Roa catching up. We have only 2 turns to go. This is the first one. Oh my god, it's getting close! This is the last one, nobody pulling a center. Hawk remains in front, but holy shit, that was tight. And Exotic, that's important for the overall scores. And Aru loses the place to Neko as well. Aru down to 6 again. Again, a bad ending. Sander only 7th. Then we have Spitfire in 8th, Rees in 9th, Snack, Hüb, and K afterwards. A 9:28 winning time. I didn't look at it in the first 8 laps race. Let me check the chat a little bit. Neko doing a lot of bike in real life. TM not really his first priority. Yeah, I actually was reading that as well in the Discord from United. Crazy for me finding out Neko isn't the best Desert Cup player. Also, he can be, but apparently he's not practiced enough, and Hawk is definitely a strong opponent of Neko. In this endurance format, especially, none of them would stand a chance against Granadi. I wish to see Granadi competing against them. Why is he not here today? Yeah, no spoilers, please. But yeah, I wish to see him, because this level here is pretty good. And it would be very interesting to see on a desert environment, for example, how would Granadi do here? Because desert is, of course, not his main environment. And snow would be super interesting, of course, where I would say that Granadi and Sander would be the 2 battling for first. But Rally, how would he do against Arubiano, Roa, Blackhead, Hüb, and so on? How would Granadi do on Rally? It's not obvious that he would beat them, definitely not. And Desert here, definitely unclear. Might be Granadi's worst environment, actually. Could be his worst environment. With Coast together. Maybe. I really would like to see him, because this is really high level. And there's also prize money and so on. And endurance races should suit him as well. Of course, now it's not full endurance. They split the 24 laps into actually 3 races of 8 laps each. But it would be interesting to see how Granadi would perform. Because the pace is crazy that I have as well. Of course, the one or other mistake is happening. And Granadi could be more consistent overall, that's for sure. He's known for his consistency. But yeah, not even in Stadium, it would be obvious that Granadi would win. Because Roa and Exotic are extremely good Stadium players. So even Stadium wouldn't be safe for Granadi, in my opinion. Because you have to know that some of these players, they actually practice a lot. Also they actually prepare themselves for this. Alright. And Sander, of course, won 20,000 on Stadium in 2006. But somehow he's not that much gaming anymore. Especially now also in the semi-final on the current Stadium map. Like, I was beating him in both races. So I don't know, Sander, either he doesn't really like Stadium too much anymore and doesn't train it, or he actually doesn't really have the pace anymore. Maybe also because of his input device. Sander's playing with a joystick. I don't know how he played Stadium in 2006. But I mean, many players here use a joystick, but I would think that it's quite annoying to try Stadium with a joystick. Like, it's surely not the best advice, the best device. I would think, at least. Alright, we have the next race coming up. The nationality of Q, yeah, we got the answer, Austrian. Also definitely German speaking, and yeah, Austrian. I'm also sure about that. Yeah, he's a bit missing, because if he was in this match, we would have another very, very strong player. We did see him in the... I don't even know why he's not playing this. Also Rinte and Q are missing here definitely in this final. And Granati. Yeah, we had another Endurance Cup earlier this year, where I always try Granati to play it with me. Never works. There we had fast learn endurance races, and there Plecu was also there. We had all the sick drivers, but it was fast learn, not full practice. Oh my god, Hawk, did he survive that? Naja, kinda. Still in the running here. It's a close fight here. So Apopiano in 9th place, still close to some other Spitfire race. One big surprise in this race is Blackhead. Blackhead overall in 5th position is currently last. So he definitely has to make sure that he overtakes some people, that he makes a comeback. Because this year would cost him quite a lot of points overall. Also last place is really something that he wants to avoid, because if he wants to win this whole thing, or get podium, then the consistency is the key, and then gaming on the rally car. But otherwise consistency is very important for Blackhead. Alright, let's go further up in front again. We have Neko a little bit behind, otherwise it is Sander, Roa and Exatic. And Hawk is only 5th. So Hawk, I said, for me Hawk is now the favorite for the overall win, with what we have seen so far. But at the moment he would lose points on Desert again in one of the Desert races. But that might still change. We have seen big mistakes by Sander. We have seen also a bad race by Exatic last time around. In the overall standings we have Hawk in the lead currently, 30 points ahead of Exatic, then Roa. Roa didn't win a single race, but he's just super consistent. Like also he is as consistent as Blackhead so far with the positions, but always a bit ahead of Blackhead. And that is the reason why he is still close. And Roa will also have his environment. When we go to Stadium, you can expect Roa to have some wins on his board as well. And that's the thing with Sander. Sander will have it on snow, but I think on coast he might actually lose too many places pace-wise. Like even if he doesn't make mistakes, he's not getting top 3 there. And in Stadium I also don't see him getting top 3 if he plays the same way as he played in the semis. I do not really know how much Sander is practicing, to be honest. I have no idea. Also Sander is the type of guy where I have the feeling he doesn't need much practice to have a great performance. He might actually, and especially these maps are very similar to the maps from the semi-final, just some parts are changed. So he doesn't really need to learn too much, and most of the turns, also when you played this for so many years, for like 23, 22 years, you just see a corner and you know what the limit is. So and Exatic didn't know about the limit apparently. He goes from 1st down to 5th place. Such a huge mistake again, such a very important mistake especially. Oh my god, we have 5 players now within more than 1.7 seconds. This is this typical classic thing, guys. One mistake, and then the tilter comes, and you do another mistake, and the second mistake is so annoying, like so unnecessary, and so punishful. Like, he loses so much with that mistake. Like, if he just would not continue driving, he would easily be 5th, and there is always a chance that someone else from the top here makes a mistake. That moment when I talk about it. And now we have Spitfire suddenly 4th. And Exotic gets him even. Yeah, okay. Crazy. So Hawk actually also making a mistake. I mean, he would have been, for me, the favorite, because he still has, with Coast, a very strong environment, and yeah, Bay will be interesting. Like, Wu is the driver on Bay to dominate. Will be most likely, could be multiple. Bay is always in an environment where multiple players could win. But maybe that's another Sander environment for the overall win. But Roa as well, Exotic as well. Like, these three are generally my main contenders for the win, but Hawk definitely has also a great chance. It's very exciting still overall, because nobody drives it completely perfect so far. There's only the 6th race, and everyone already had some bad races, apart from Roa, to be honest. Like, Roa is doing so far a perfect job. I didn't really see big mistakes by Roa. Like really big mistakes and really bad positions. That didn't happen to him yet. So Roa, and especially if he would win this year, looks very strong. Alright, we have 2 more laps to go. The top 3 are within 6/10, so we keep the camera on Sander. He's catching up to Neko. Could be the first good race for Neko here. Oh, both Neko and Sander didn't really get that great. Roa will extend his lead here. Roa is also very fast when you look at the top. He has some very fast times, so it won't be easy to catch up to him. All 3 of them have the chance to risk here a bit, because they have a gap to 4th place. But not here, not here. The crash in this tunnel section costs more than 4 seconds. Exotic quite lucky that he is back and forth. That his tilter didn't cost him more time. However, Sander actually dropped a lot, surprisingly. Or it is just Neko being so fast in this lap. At least later on here in this lap. He seems to be over 2nd behind the Daddy Mania run record. We go into the last lap and Neko catches up to Roa. Maybe this 1st place is also for prize money. Having a win on in a race. Neko will definitely full risk it. You can be sure. He will risk that. And he trained at least enough to have 2nd Daddy Mania record, so he's also only 2/10 away. Oh no, that's actually the Roa times, apparently. I don't know. Oh, that was bad. He got a bad transition. But still. This is still so close. Wait, what? I'm confused. Why is Roa not getting any checkpoints here on the left? That's very confusing. Okay, but let's focus on this. We are in the last part of the track. Another small mistake by Neko. He will most likely not make it. Roa, oh my god, Neko is catching up. But it's not enough. Roa actually so experienced. He keeps the pressure and wins this. Now he's actually shown here. Okay. What a good race that was. Here a battle between Reis and Ahu. Meanwhile we had Sander in 3rd, Hawk in 4th, Spitfire in 5th, Black Cat in 6th, and Exotic down to 7th. And look at this! That was so close, I wanted to say. This was extremely close between them. Like just 4.5 between Spitfire and Exotic. But Exotic dropping to 7th is really bad for him. Like, what the heck happened there? He was so lucky that he was up in 4th again, and now he dropped to 7th. behind Blackhead. And you remember, Blackhead was in 12th in the beginning of the race. He almost got 5th. So Blackhead still with decent points, actually getting more points than Ecstatic in this race. That's crazy. When does it end? After Stadium. Today we played 3 environments. Also we started with Island, then came Desert, and now 3 Stadium races. Next week it will take even longer because we will go through 4 environments. We have a longer warm-up now, you can take a short break. This format is boring with a lot of warm-up. Would be nice if warm-up was only for first stint. I would also agree. Because it's always boring when you have to wait then. Okay. Some players are actually resting their hands. We can have a look at Roa here. How he is playing Stadium. When you look at the Deadymania records, you see himself, Ecstatic, also Hawk, Sanders also there, okay. They are all looking very strong on this. And K was doing well in the semi-final. He had 2 races per map. Maps were slightly different than these map versions here, but still rather similar. And K was 2nd place in the 2nd race. He was well prepared for that, so maybe he can also fight here. Then we have Rees, Aru, and Snack only with the 8th Deadymania record, but he was good here in the races, I can tell. And Blackhead improved a lot on Stadium, by the way. Also back in the times when like 2010 and so on, when the Giant Cup was a big thing, I can tell you that Blackhead, like he was on Coast and Stadium chanceless. Absolutely chanceless. But now he is actually competing. Especially on Coast, he's really good now and can compete. But on Stadium he's also not that far off anymore. But still, against these other players he will still be behind. But when you have like a server with many players, like with 24 players or so on, he's not getting now last on Stadium, he is actually beating many of them. But also practices nicely for that. And yeah, Neko, you're not looking too good. Spitfire could maybe a bit, yeah. Also it's surprisingly K is Deadymania wise close to the backfield here and not so close to the front. Because in the semi-final he was just one of the fastest as well. So the Stadium map here, I can tell you, is very Neoslide friendly. That's also the reason why I was performing here very good in the semi-final without practicing too much. I was immediately on pace. The map has a lot of tight corners, many tight hairpins. And if you have bad speed into some of the corners, then I can tell you that the gears are horrible. But if you have decent lines, then it's fine. But the gears can be annoying on this track. But yeah, otherwise, yeah, lots of tight corners everywhere. The change to the semi-final version of the map comes after the half-pipe jump here. Also half-pipe jump is also an interesting thing to have. Let's go to center. He continues a bit. So from here on, we don't go directly to the multi-lap. We actually go a bit further to the left and have here a wider line until we reach the multi-lap. And we reach it and also with more speed into the first two drifts, where the gears were strange on the semi-final version. No? Then we have here tight corner where some pulls are added compared to the semi-final. And the turn after where Sander currently is a very dangerous one with Rammstein bugs. Back. Wow. In 5 seconds it starts. He writes now back. Yeah, I guess that you go with more speed into the first turn helps a lot with the gear there and the gear afterwards. Especially the last turn on the semi-final version was also really strange to drive. Not gonna lie, and you had to get it good to get the good gears here for the start. But once I figured that out, also with help of Neoslide, it was just really good for me. And why did Snack not do... Oh no, it wasn't Snack actually. Yeah. This is also different, you actually jump into this drift. Yeah, what I wanted to say is, like, this turn here is dangerous with the Rammsteins. This here can definitely go very wrong. Here the gear is also very difficult to keep. You can lose it, it's not too bad. But I think it would be better if you keep it, but this is like super difficult to do in that corner. Yeah, Snack actually a little bit behind compared to the semi-final where he got 5th and 6th. And with that got enough points so that I couldn't overtake him. But I actually am happy, like, it's much more interesting to spectate this than being now the 12th best player here and trailing behind everywhere, not seeing the cars, not really having any races. I would have tried to practice for this a bit more, but I only had 2 days in theory, so it would have been difficult anyway. K with a no slide loses a bit more time, and we have a very tight battle here between all of these players for the second place. Aru with a touch. Aru is also not really the player that I expected to be that far up, but he had a great start. Now, however, dropping behind, yeah, also my main favorites here are definitely, also in Stadium, are definitely Roa and Exotic. Those are the main favorites, and Hawk is usually doing pretty good as well, but he has a very rough start into this race, not gonna lie, he's only in 9th. So here we can maybe see some kind of comeback. Exotic to me seemed to be like one of the best Stadium players actually. And I was lately chatting with him in the Time Attack seeding for this cup here. I told him it would be interesting to see him in EWC because he seems very good in Stadium. And he said he's not really interested in eSport. But what's interesting is that he is also from Dresden. So he would be the 3rd driver. If he was trying EWC, he would be the 3rd driver from Dresden trying to qualify. Like from one city alone. That's quite interesting. He's apparently living very close to Leicester. Oh, Neko with a mistake. As he is a big back and forth. Hawk can catch up some positions here. Snack and Aru are 6 and 7, so you can go up to 6th already. And then we have K a bit further ahead and Spitfire. Those two, of course, you're really waiting for Coast and Stadium. Basically exactly my strategy since 2006. That was always my strategy. I go full ham on Coast and Stadium. And there I get my big points. And those points have to be enough to stay in front. The rest I save and try to get decent plays. It was always my strat. Okay, and Spitfire do the same, just that the normal safe driving in the other environments is just not enough for any good points because the level is just too high. And the same problem I would also face nowadays. Oh, Snake touched there. That's really weird. Hawk takes over this position and is with that now in 6th place. Let's go a bit further up. We have Spitfire chasing Sander. And Roar is just on a roll here. Look at the top. He drove a 102.61, a 102.75. Ecstatic drove an 83.84 as well. Hawk in 85. Yeah, Roar seems to be extremely fast. Like, he had the 2 fastest laps and now he has the 3 fastest laps. His laps are 0.61, 73 and 75, while his Deadymania record is a 28. So he drove 3 times in the 3 flying laps that are all faster than 5th Deadymania record. And that is the reason why he's so far ahead. Like, also with Roar. Like, if he was trying EWC, he had a chance, guys. He had a chance there. He was a pro player. He was fighting with Cartoon, your pack, and so on. When he was active. But I think that he doesn't like the new game that much for whatever reason. But he, like, when you see that Tona was able to get 4th in Brazil, then let me tell you, Roar can definitely reach that as well. Roar and Ecstatic are both some actually theoretical options, but they are both not interested, it seems like. And if we had the good old Sander back from 2006, that would also be crazy. Also sad that Kayan is not trying. Imagine Kayan would be trying. But the maps are way too far away from tech, I guess. If it was full tech, maybe. Maybe he would be there. But even then, I'm not sure. Alright, we are on lap 6. We have Roar 2.5 seconds in the lead. Like, look at him go. Let's just watch him. Like, you see also the Deadymania there. He's only 18 hundredths away from Deadymania 1 record. Like, he has such a flawless, like, this is such a perfect 6 lapper if he finished now. But now we of course have to drive 8 laps. If he continues this, it would be like an incredible 8 lapper. Like an incredible run by him. Look, he drove also 71. And in the first lap he was also leading already, right? Now he drives a 52. Holy shit, he drives a .52. Yeah, also Wu wants to beat him. Wu wants to beat him here. And look at the overall grand final score. He is already in the lead before Stadium, and we have to expect him to win now 3 times in a row. All 3 races. If he is doing that, he will have a pretty significant lead that he only needs to somehow keep over the other environments. And in the other environments, there is not a single environment where Roar is not able to get podium. Like, he's able to do that everywhere. And that's the thing. Like, he was driving consistent on such difficult environments like Island and Desert that might be his weakest ones. And after these weakest environments, he is actually leading the scoreboard. While Sander did way too many big mistakes. Oh, we have a mistake by Sam. It's not the perfect race anymore. While Sander did way too big mistakes, and in some of the races, and Ecstatic as well. Like, Ecstatic looked then really strong, but he also did big mistakes. Like, they had 7th places, 6th places in the finish. And this is something that you definitely want to avoid, being so far down, because of course they would easily get top 5 every race, maybe even top 3 in some of the races if they just save. But making the mistakes and dropping to 7th, that's something that didn't happen to Roar. And he looks extremely good now. Like, this can really be a Roar victory, this United Masters Grand Final. There is not really a really close fight, only Hawk maybe. But we are closing into the last, Snack Neko maybe. We are closing into the ending. Roar finishes, remember that time, 8:25. Even with that small mistake in the ending, it will still be incredibly good. Snake made a mistake. Will he get sniped by someone? No, he won't. But it was close. It was only 2/10 to race. Yeah, so we get Ecstatic in second, Santa in third, then K in fourth, Spitfire in fifth. So here K and Spitfire getting some points where they will catch up because, like, look, K only got 100 points so far over all the 6 races, while a third place alone gives you 100 points, and he got only 100 points over 6 races summed up. Like, you know, but this changes now, because he and Spitfire got now some bigger points, and you see Hyp now in last, you see Snack falling a bit, you see Rees behind Spitfire now, Aru and Neko are like just, they will remain here in this middle part. What is quite important to notice is Blackhead only on 11th. I said earlier that was an environment where he was used to be very far back, and he did improve a lot in it, but from these 12 players here, he has basically almost only stadium opponents, almost, at least. So yeah, he's getting only 11th, and that will hurt him now in the fight for the top places here. Because for him it's just important, get first and rally in all 3 races and otherwise stay consistent. Then maybe you have a chance, but the 11th place, like, probably didn't even full crash. It's just, I didn't really look at the gap or his pace. And we will see how he does now in the second race. We will see how he will do in the second race now. Overall, Roa now with a 90-point lead to Hawk. Ecstatic in third and Sander in fourth place. That's still very close. Just that Roa will be far in front soon. Okay, we go live second race. Let's have a look at Blackhead, how he's doing compared to the other drivers in the field. Also Snack made a mistake and is behind, but otherwise Blackhead is pace-wise on 11th only. Also Sanders only in the midfield so far. And we have Roa not in the lead. We do have actually Ecstatic in the lead, driving the fastest first lap. Yeah, Blackhead is just losing a bit too much, you see it here. But now that we saw that, I will go back to Roa versus Ecstatic for the lead here. Ecstatic now knows what kind of pace he needs to actually do if he wants to have a chance against Roa. And let's see if he's able to pull that off. If there's someone on the server that could be able to do it, then it's Ecstatic. Stumbled a little bit though. Roa caught up a lot in that section, but Ecstatic remains in the lead. Now this very crucial corner, both of them getting it very good. Ecstatic also with a great line here. Extends the gap to Roa again, but Roa is also a bit slower than in the previous race. Like already 4/10 behind his Steady Mania record, will already be only a 0.7-ish. So, and most likely will lose a bit more, but Ecstatic with a huge nose slide there. And that's of course not great. But you see how much he had to push and risk. He risked the Neo slide, got a nose slide, and boom, Roa leading again. Also Hawk, oh my god, Hawk with a huge mistake as well, gives a chance for other players. I mean, Santa also must have made a mistake, he's only down here, also another one. He's only down here in 9th place currently, but of course everything's still possible. But if anyone wants to have a chance in the overall standings against Roar, they are not allowed to get more positions like this. Also Sander needs to make the overtake here. The race is still on. It's only lap 3 out of 8, of course. But everyone's super close together in the midfield. So Sander now attacking Aru, but he lost the gear. Same as Aru, of course. Now the jump, quite tricky. Hawk with another big mistake. Hawk down. Oh, he was doing so good in Stadium lately, but here he makes a mistake, a huge one. And this will definitely be a bad position for him. Meanwhile, Sander's still battling it out with Hyp and with Aru. Hyp was not getting the best quarter pipe. Need to drink something. Hydrate. Okay. Also, he's okay with a mistake. Allowing Sander to make another place. Now he's up in 5th. And he sees Spitfire and Neko ahead of him. Thanks to the very bad race that Hawk has, Sander still has the option to get another podium here. And podium is damage control. Because Ecstatic and Roar are just both faster than him. And 3rd place is the maximum that Sander could possibly achieve. It's very interesting that out of all the environments at the stadium where we see Neko on the podium place currently, like, that's very surprising, to be honest. Like, look at the Deadymania records. He just improved it. I wanted to say he's the 2nd slowest player out of everyone in the Daddies, but he just improved. And that's also the reason why he's on the podium. Oh, and he's closing into Ecstatic because Ecstatic made another mistake. Yeah, with that, Roar is gone again. But we still have to fight here. Aru, Spitfire, Sander a little bit ahead. Neko with a nose slide ahead. I saw it, I spotted it. Sander then now very close to Neko. And here Hawk is coming. Hawk is coming. Just passing 2 in 1. Through he goes. And Hawk now on 5th place actually. And also not so far away from Sander. Also Hawk must have driven a very fast lap here, that he is coming back that much. Small bump for him on the Rammstein. Sander meanwhile passing Neko, so Sander currently on the podium place after a rough start, thanks to the nose slide that Neko had previous lap. But Hawk is catching up to both of them, so this is still anyone's game. I mean, even Arubiano in 7th place is basically just 1 second behind the podium, behind Sander. You see all the cars here. Snack is then a second further behind Aru. And then we have K another second behind that. Sadly, K and Snack were doing very good in the semi-final, otherwise I would have qualified. But okay, luckily for me, other players didn't do as well as they do now in the stadium race. Oh, Spitfire gets a no slide. Arubiano will pass here. And then we have Hawk and Neko further in front battling. Sander got now a bit of a lead to Neko. And Hawk is trying to overtake as well. We are on lap 7 out of 8, so there's 1 more lap to go. And it is the overtake right there. More inside line here. Now this turn here, very crucial. Oh, Neko has to release, and this is Hawk overtaking him. And also catching up to Sander, because look at this. Hawk is only 2/10 slower than Deadymania 1 record so far in this lap. There is a chance that he overtakes Sander in the last lap if they continue both with their current pace. Because it's only like half a second. He has the pace to catch that up and overtake within 1 lap. I do not see Sander in the top 12 times here. Of course, that's because Roar and Ecstatic are flooding that. But we see Hawk with 1 lap there. This is the most exciting battle. Otherwise, Roar 1 second behind, I saw. He did make a mistake in the previous lap. Hence, Ecstatic is also only 1 second behind Roar. So this is not the cleanest race by Roar this time. But because Ecstatic had a very bad mistake as well, it is still enough for him. But now let's have a look again, because this battle here might be very important overall for the overall standings. You know, it's a swing of either you win 10 points or you lose 10 points against this opponent. But it looks good for Sander. Most likely he will keep it. Neko meanwhile dropping down to 7th. Let's have a look at this slide here. Works out. And let's have a look. Roar landing it. Ecstatic also landing it. And it's only 1 more corner for both players. And Roar is taking it. Hawk remains behind Sander. Remember how bad of a position Sander had early in the race, but now easy 3rd place still. Snake is getting 5th, Neko is getting 6th. Then we have K in 7th. Spitfire in 8th, and something happened to Ahu, who actually just got sniped by 300s by Blackhead. Ahu dropped down to 10th. Wasn't he further up? Rees is 11th and Hüb is 12th. Spitfire as well. Spitfire and Ahu losing so many positions here towards the end. Oh, I saw he bonked after the dirt jump, he bonked a pole, and then out of reflex he did the respawn. But the respawn was all the way back somewhere in the beginning of the dirt or something like that. Okay guys, we have 1 more race for today. 1 more race. Again, a warm-up. Maybe next week we won't have the warm-up anymore. So let's rest the voice a little bit before it goes into the last race here. Of course, the result of today will give players a lot of motivation. The players that are looking to win this United Masters, they will, also Roar will be even more motivated to practice the next 4 maps for the next stage of the Grand Final, because he knows it's worth it. While there might be other players that are maybe less motivated, like Neko, who is already far behind in the No Man's Land. He is not so far to Blackhead at least. But Blackhead of course will still get his rally environment. Okay, Neko and Roar have the best start. And Hawk in third place, and we saw a huge mistake by Neko. So he's already out of this round. And Hawk is going into the lead here against Roar and Ecstatic. Xander already 1 second down. Somewhere in the midfield. The thing is, Hawk and Ecstatic can challenge Roar here, but it would require to have 8 clean laps in a row. That's the only way they can challenge him. And they are trying it. They are risking it actually for the biscuit, but one nose slide or one other kind of mistake or one Ramstein bug when you risk too much over them can just immediately ruin the race, of course, and it's very likely to happen, like here. Ecstatic actually landing in a nose slide costs him a little bit of time. He saved it very well and is chased by K. K is right behind him. But yeah, so far it is Hawk with the best start, and he obviously also showed in the previous race with his comeback that he does have the pace to be very strong, but he messed up both of the races so far a little bit. Xander meanwhile now 2 seconds behind after 2 laps. As you see, pace wise he's losing a little bit, but position wise he is already up to 6th and might get even better, and we see a change of lead maybe. Roar is catching up to Hawk here. Yeah, different lines but similar outcome. Now this is always the most difficult section, and this is where Roar seems to be very consistent. But Hawk gets very good exit speed. Very inside line by Hawk, goes into the lead again, bumps a lot here. Very inside approach, will not have good exit speed out of this uphill. Drops a bit behind Roar now. And this is the thing, Roar is so consistent with these lines. But at least on the stadium map you can basically reset your line in that section. And from here it starts again, and Hawk is pushing. He's immediately catching again. And immediately catching to Roar is not logic. Now it's equal again between the two. Quarter pipe jump, and Roar gets it a bit better, lands slightly earlier. Now this Neo slide here, not the greatest slide for Hawk. Had to release a bit more, and with that Roar is in the lead again. But it's still close between them. It's still close. Roar also driving a good time. And here we go into the next round. Ecstatic in third place is 1 second behind the current leader. And then we have Xander and Snack battling for 4th place. And there is Hawk. And this is what I mean. Like, if you want to beat Roar, you have to risk so much. And just in 8 laps, there is just a chance very high that at some point you do have that one mistake. And then Roar is gone again. Because Roar seems to be extremely stable. And not just in stadium. He seems to be extremely stable in all the environments. Yeah. He didn't really do big mistakes in Island and the desert. And even though these are not his best environments, he got some decent results. For example, when Xander in the first desert race made this really bad mistake right before the finish line, Roar was one of the drivers that took advantage from that. Extra 10 points for Roar in that case. And that happened everywhere. I think on Island he was a bit further behind in one race, but it was still a decent result in the ending. And he drove a 102.54. Look at the top. Ecstatic actually had the best one lapper now with a 47. But Roar has a 49, a 52, a 54, a 61, a 65. Yeah, it's Roar, then a bit Ecstatic, and then also a little bit Hawk. These are definitely the fastest players. But Hawk was not able to reach a podium yet in this environment. Xander was getting them with consistency. Now Xander struggles a bit. Also, if he wants to have an overall chance, I don't know how much he will try also for next week. Like, will Xander, now that he's a bit behind, actually try hard in practice or not? Like, I don't know. But if he would end up only in 6th place here, it's, he's quite far behind. I mean, he is already behind Ecstatic and Hawk. and he will lose more points to Hawk on Coast, for example. He will most likely also to Ecstatic. Also it's not gonna be easy, but Sander will have Snow. On Rally he will also do well, but not necessarily first, so he can only gain minimal points to Ecstatic and Hawk. And then Bay is the big question mark. Bay is like the decider, because so many people are good in Bay. But it could be a good environment for Sander, but he has to actually do 3 clean races there if he still wants to have a chance. He was the main favorite, but right now he's not a favorite anymore. Meanwhile, I just noticed that the race for first place is heating up again. Ecstatic is really close to Roar, because you see it, Roar is plus 1.67 seconds to his Steady Mania record in this lap. So he had a mistake earlier. Makes this, of course, much more exciting. I think the first 8 laps race here was the strongest by Roar. I don't think that the second race was faster, and this won't be either. And he actually gets overtaken. That's sick. Okay, Ecstatic fighting here against Roar. Very, very good corner for Ecstatic. Was a bit risky with the Rammstein, but he survived it. And what a crazy lap he has so far. Only 2/10 away from the Daddy Mania records himself. And created now a gap to Roar of over 3/10. And we only have 1 lap and the ending of this lap to go. And the lead is getting bigger and bigger. Also at this point I think Roar cannot make it anymore just by pace. It's even close with Hawk. Like, it's not even safe for Roar to stay second here. It's even dangerous to get overtaken by Hawk, because Hawk will just try. The other players behind him are far away. Sander, by the way, still only in 6th. That can hurt him quite a bit. And we are on the last lap already. Not the greatest first drift for Hawk when he wants to try overtaking a Roar. But this was a great corner. This was actually a great corner. Only 1/10 away from the Mania record in that CP, so it was still a good start overall. Both also catching up to Ecstatic. What an interesting last stadium race here. It is still open, could also remain just the way it is currently until the finish line, because it's rather easy, this map. Cannot really gain that much, but the pressure is of course high, and mistakes can happen, or bad corners, and Hawk is just pushing it, and he's super close. This is also a very good corner for Hawk generally. Now the quarter pipe jump. He is trying to land as early as possible, but Roar got it a bit better. Ecstatic remains in the lead. Ecstatic is saving his lead basically, makes it correct. This is the last turn, he goes very wide, has good exit speed, and the positions remain the way they are. But Ecstatic is actually taking a win here. And now let's have a look at Sander, who is very alone and will only get 6th place here, while it was very close between Snack and K. Snack actually ending up in 4th. And K in 5th. Yeah, Sander 6th, then Aru in 7th, Spitfire, Rees, Hyp. Oh, and Black Cat, this was a 3-man fight here. And Neko is actually in last place on this map, in this last race. Wicked, but he should still finish. Sander, that was too funny. You always came back to me and then crashed. Yeah, Sander, surprisingly many crashes. I wonder with which camera is Sander playing. And if the skin is affecting him. Is he a camera 3 player where the skin doesn't matter? Or is he a camera 1 player and he just plays this rather competitive match? He plays it somewhat competitively, but also very much just for fun. And just uses the skin and has then more excitement, more difficulty, more of a challenge. But yeah. The next 4 maps will be played next week. Same time, 8:30 on Sunday evening. And these are the current standings. They will be changed a little bit because, you know, the 12th place didn't get any points here. This still has to be changed. but none of the top players was ever 12th. Like Neko was, like he will get 10 points more now, I guess. But otherwise, I think none of them was ever. Oh, that's a bit sad that we actually get kicked here. I wanted to go into the results again, but it was Roar in the lead with 100 points ahead of Ecstatic. From the remaining tracks, I don't know if there's any track where I would say that Ecstatic wins, apart from Bay, where I could see many people winning. But yeah, we will have Rally, where Blackhead is dominating, and from the semi-final, I would say that Roar looks very good. Arupiano, Sender, like we can have a look at it, because I still have that open. Also we will see Rally. There was Roar ahead of Sander and then Blackhead when Blackhead made a mistake, and then Ahu. So the crazy thing in this environment here is following. With Ahu and Blackhead, there are some players that can place ahead of people like Hawk and Ecstatic. Like look, Ecstatic only got 10th in this first race. In the second race, Ecstatic was only 12th. So the thing is that Roar is doing better on Rally, and like especially here in the first race where he drove a 6:51, that would have been 4th here as well. That means Ecstatic could lose many points to Roar because other people are placing in between them. Yeah, so that's the problem for Ecstatic. Sander can do pretty well together with Roar, and Hawk is then a bit behind that. And then the question is, where does Ahu place himself? And is Blackhead winning all the races, or is Blackhead choking one? And then the question is, who's taking the big points there? Then we will have also a Snow. Also here it's very simple. Sander was absolutely dominating, but when you look behind him, Hawk, Roar, Blackhead, again no Ecstatic. Here now Roar and Ecstatic, and then Blackhead, and Hawk was actually only 17th, okay. But yeah, Sander, absolutely dominant here, should make sure to win all 3 rounds if he wants to catch up to Roar, but the thing is, Roar is still also good. Like Roar will most likely still finish in 2nd or 3rd behind Sander, and if Sander makes one mistake on Snow and doesn't win one of the races, there is a chance that Roar is taking the win instead. And if that happens, then Roar is almost through overall. Because you see, Ecstatic is most likely struggling on Rally and maybe also on Snow. Then we will have Bay. And on Bay, it is like the thing. Multiple people could be up here, but I think Ecstatic and Sander are the top guys. And here the question is Roar. He was only 5th. And then in the next race, he was even behind me in 16th. Also, if there is one environment that could play a big role here, it's Bay. Here, Roar is maybe under pressure, but you can be sure now that he's in such a situation of winning, he will surely practice this so that he will beat people like Rees, who's much better on Bay. Like this is probably Rees' best environment. It's also a good environment for Hyp, but Roar will try to make sure to beat them. Yeah, I would say. But yeah, here Ecstatic was beating Sander with 6:43, 6:44, and then the times were much slower in the next race where Hyp was beating Sander, just barely as well. Alright. And then we have Coast. And here it's very obvious, Hawk will win. All 3 races. There's also no way around that. Like Hawk will win all 3 races, like basically set in stone. The interesting thing is that he is a little bit behind in points. And then the question is, what happens here with Sander? Because you see, he only got 18th. That will surely not happen again. The second race he was in 6th. So this was his pace here. A 6:34 would have been also 4th place here. The thing is that people like Spitfire and K will maybe be ahead of Sander, so the gap from Sander to Ecstatic Hawk is becoming larger. Roar is also good on Coast, but actually he only got 10th and 7th here. So he was struggling still. Okay, also still open. Like when you look at the semi-final results, if Roar is actually struggling on Bay and Coast, then there is still a bunch of points to catch up for Hawk. And Exotic really only has a chance if he performs on Bay and Coast. He needs to get second place behind Hawk. Most likely he has to manage to get second behind Hawk. And then maybe beat Sander in the battle on Bay, which will be difficult. But yeah, the other maps are damage control. Like, he didn't look consistent enough to actually win this whole thing. He's definitely not in a great situation because that are not his best maps now that are still coming up. Or that there's always an opponent that might score better than him. Also Bay might still be good, but like, it started with Island and Desert, and those two were very good for him. Like, if you look at this, in the semifinals, Island, he won against Sander. Okay, the second race he was fucking up then. Okay, it was very random still. He was only 19th. Okay, what the heck was happening in the semifinals? And Desert, he was also up here in third, behind Neko and Hawk. And then he won the next race. So, and with a better time than what Neko had. Yeah, also he was doing really good, but today he was not doing that good. Like, if you remember Desert, I didn't really notice Exotic fighting for victories there. But in the semifinals he was winning. So this is a good environment from him, but he also is, by the way, one of the two players that have a 100% win rate in Cup of the Day. Sander, when he beat Granati, he had a 100% win rate in Cup of the Day, then never played again, and Exotic did the same in the same year on the first Desert Cup of the Day. He won Desert there, not Neko also. Exotic was the winner of the Desert Cup of the Day. He also has a 100% win rate. It's a good environment for him, but he did not perform on it in the grand final. And these points, they might be missing now. So, very interesting still. It's very close overall. Could still be anyone's game, but Roar has a very good position. Okay, und Küken und Exotic. Oops, I wanted to close. Okay. By the way, there's a big RPG Cup starting, RPG Spring Cup. Could be interesting. Other than that, let's make the cut hunt. And weekly grand is as well still interesting. So I changed the title. Ah, scheiße. This game. I have to restart the game. I cannot open a map. Like, there are bugs that appear when you have two Trackmanias open at the same time. Okay, so we have today's track of the day, which has a cut, and I want to also see the cut from the New World Record. How is he driving that? Wow, what a landing! Yeah, wow. Yeah, wow. This is not easy to beat. Hey, what kind of soup he got there? It's crazy. Okay, then let's see. Hey, not bad. That's bad though. Yeah. It's all about the landing, of course, when you come through. I'm close. This landing is so strange. Oh? Oh, why did I not get that grip? That Nein! Oh, this is so difficult to aim, you know? Like, how do you even want to avoid that? Come from here. Shit. I wonder how the reruns will look like on this map. Will the cutters win now that they can practice the cut, or is the cut just so random that practice doesn't help, and in the end no cutters will still prevail in the reruns, I wonder. What do you guys think? Ah, damn it. Ah, damn. Would have been good. Please please go through this. Just go through it. Nice. What is this worth? 55th. Nice. And this was, yeah, pretty clean, I would say. Like, how would you get it much better? I mean, cannot count on the lucky landing from the world record. They got like full grip. I mean, I had a very similar landing here. Oh. Ah, again that issue. But the GG is already on the channel since ages. I haven't changed anything with the emotes since years. No, it turned too much. Ah, that was sick. Ah, rip. Nope. Ah, I should have switched to Cam 3 in this landing. It really depends on the landing what I want to do with the camera. We have to react quickly. Oh shit, that's so stupid to miss this vehicle boost. Oh, okay. That also works. But it's a bit too slow now. The bounce here is very random for me on the start, sadly. Yeah, sometimes I'm just touching this snowflake item. Nothing I can do. Well, I drove this very wrong, sadly. Oh, I kept grip. Ooh. Was not expecting that. Ah, komm, car. Like, this is the reason why the cutters lost on all the tips. Because why is it so fucking random to get through this? Oh, that was nice. My current PP sadly will not stay in the top 100. From my experience at least. I will need another improvement. But it would be maybe interesting to check out if Jan van Achtern, for example, has a different way of doing it. Oh, yeah, something completely different happens to him that actually. I guess you just take what you get. Och Mensch. What is this? Hä? Why does it not fit through there anymore? Look at this. Super stupid. Ah. Oh my god. Ugh, getting the checkpoint like this. What a landing that was. Interesting. Nein. Okay, small improvement. Yet the times are very close together though. Yes, so stream. I will not watch it in stream. I will watch it myself when I'm eating. After my stream. I only didn't see the last two matches. The consolidation match and the grand final. Those are the two matches that are missing. The rest I could see. Also what happened yesterday, I watched everything. Spike with the raid, thanks a lot. Yes, I know the top 8. I do know the top 8. In theory, I even know the top 6. Oh. Oh, nice. Yeah, I take that 25th. Alright. That's good enough. Was a good start as well, especially. Still crazy the records, what kind of zoop he gets when he lands here on the ice. Like, I could have had the same and then it would be extremely fast, but damn. That was here very precise, but when I hit it, it's gonna be a good time. Alright, yeah, I take this, and then let's discover the weekly grant. First of all, week 13. Quick check. I got 16th here. Chardonnay was winning ahead of Quinn. These times accessed already very early. Let's go to map 14. 32 possible? Yeah, the record has a 30, so definitely. Oh no, there's a crossroad. But a bad exit to the no slide is not worth it. Nah, he goes to the far right! What is this ghost doing? Oh, that's incredible. I wanted to overtake inside and he's already in the way, and then he just goes further right and right and right. Like, the ideal line is so far away from where he drove. That's, always has to be a bit of penalty surface on each map, right? Somewhere. Go away! One fight, go to finally away. Yeah. Well, there was no ghost for ages on this crossroad. Is the first place? What a battle. The ghost didn't really affect me because I was so slow from the ghost before already. When you're slower than the other ghosts, then they don't affect you. Then you can just drive through them. Dude. Why did my car completely stand still when I touched this ghost? Yeah, you can get a bit of a slowdown, okay. But why did it basically stand still? That was stupid. What's up with the number on the ghost cars? Some of them are white, some of them are yellow, some of them are orange. Is it actually in which lap they are? Also, I thought that this crossroad will fuck me over much more. I'm surprised it didn't do more damage to me. But I tell you, if I start hunting this map now, this crossroad is gonna be so painful. I was just wondering if it would ever make sense to not go straight over it. But no. I thought maybe there are some cuts. But most likely not. I mean, with this jump here you can do a lot of stuff. Also from this you can jump probably also to the left, you can jump to here, you can jump to here. Also this one has a lot of possibilities. Especially when you say, here at the multi-lap, I just grab this checkpoint and then I drive the normal way. Then I would have this checkpoint, I wouldn't need it anymore. But it doesn't really change anything. That's the thing. Like you could of course also jump here or somehow to the left. But it's also very strange. Then you would jump here up and drive this the other way around. But yeah, what does it help? Nothing. What is this, by the way? I just noticed that if you slow down, you can jump here. But is that ever worth it? I don't know. Might be better. Or pretty equal, I don't know. are not necessarily better. It's a situation thing. Almost touched that ghost. It's actually also dangerous. This was so slow. That was my issue. Nine. Long time it was a really good one, but oh, there were some issues. Oh, I overjumped. What the fuck? Why is he steering to the left? Okay, 15th. It started really good, and then it became really bad later on. Now, actually, I'm interested. We open this, and we go somewhere in the middle, and check how he's driving it. Ooh. Okay. lap 9 of 10. But there was a ghost crashing, I just saw. The ghost respawned then in there. Respawned directly in the other ghost. Oh my god, I had pace. I would have been second without that one crossroad thing. And not far off from first. That ghost. It's gonna be an issue. Yeah, the title has Cut Hunt in there, and this is what I did a bit earlier. And also, the cut was driven in the cup of the day. So I drove it myself then in the cup of the day. Yeah, it was also not perfectly consistent. But the respawn was very close. But it was indeed still not consistent enough. I overtook this ghost, so it cannot be in the way for me. That's huge. Ah, this is this ghost! Oh. It isn't. It goes from full left to full inside. And I just happened to get close to that ghost at the wrong timing. That's the thing. If you would hunt this, I realize now already. That you want to be quick enough to make it before this ghost. Now I have to try inside, right? And then you want to be quick enough to overtake this ghost so that it's not in the way at the exit. Thanks for breaking me. It was actually good, I think. another 1.2 seconds. Shit. Lost a bit of my lead. I'm 4 times faster, that means it should now work in this crossroads, yeah. Oh! Well, apparently he touched me, but apparently I was just a bit slower. Oh god, third, so close to second now. The last laps are really difficult. Really difficult. Hiseki, I saw you wrote the word Carl. I don't want to look into the chat anymore. Maybe you can delete the message yourself. I don't know if that actually works. Is it a spoiler? If it's a spoiler, you know. I only saw Carl, I didn't see anything else, so that's good. I had exactly the same. Whoa. No. Nah, RIP. Was not a spoiler, but deleted anyways, thanks. Uppsala. I mean, gonna also end soon. Let's do one more try on this, where I have some decent first laps, you know. Yeah, this is the gap that you want to get. Tight. Ach nö. This is this ghost. This ghost is a problem. In the first few laps. Because even when you know what this ghost is doing there, like, what is your option? He crashes exactly in that one moment into the wall where you need to be outside if you want to be any fast. Not as fast this time. I make this. But I do not make this, yeah. This is the thing. Like, I would need to be either a bit faster or a bit slower. Or I am exactly on a position where I am, where I was now in that case, but then I need to be on the right side. Then this crossroad will not make me crash there, but then I will have a bad approach into this uphill corner, because I have to be right of that ghost that I have to overtake, and that's annoying. Was fine, but I could have also gone to the left actually, because now it was fast enough. But with this ghost I knew what he's doing. So I released, but I didn't release enough. Yeah, that ghost is just very badly in the way. Ooh. It's just a matter of time until I touch a ghost there. It's actually crazy how low some of these jump. Because when I jump there, I never have the risk of touching a ghost. I don't know. When I come here and I jump, I have never the risk to touch a ghost there. Because not a single ghost there is really jumping that high. That should be fast enough. Now I'm also fast enough for the left side here. As you see. And here the question is, where do you drive? But outside is the safest and the fastest. Yeah, you get so much speed actually. Nah. So it was the same ghost, the same issue. Yeah, it's just a horrible line. Not really sure if there's anything good that you can do. But I was fast enough to not touch this time. Flying ghost. Oh yeah. Oh! Whoa! I need to be fast enough? Nein! Oh. Oh, it was so cool, but oh my god, what do you do then? The thing is, you become faster and you end up at an issue where you cannot really do anything. Also for the moment, like, I have to be fast now. I thought that the ghost that I tried to overtake was crashing against the wall, or goes full outside. So I had to overtake him, but actually there is a second ghost ahead of me that is crashing. And now the question is, what do you do? Because apparently this line is completely blocked. And a bit further inside is also blocked. And if I now drive even further inside to avoid both ghosts, yeah, then I will lose so much time that the 1 second lead that I had will be gone, you know? So it feels like if I drive faster in the start, it doesn't help me at all. It's like, but yeah, that moment was crazy when I went through the ghosts. But I think so if I hunt the world record, then I do that a bit later in the week. This week, I actually have free on Sunday, also next Sunday in 7 days. So I can hunt last moment. Also train for the Enduro Cup. Finally I can play it. Yeah, so I will do it then. For now, gonna end here. Thanks for watching, guys. And see you tomorrow. Or Kappa. I don't think that I will play the rerun, to be honest. Yeah, Juliano's there, but he didn't play Cup of the Day. Interesting. Virtual 247 has 183 viewers. Okay. I have a feeling I know who rated that channel. I don't know who Warte TM is. I'm gonna just rate there. See ya tomorrow. Bye bye.